Hello, good evening. How are we doing, friends? Happy whatever Wednesday. Hello. Hi. Nutty Coffee, thank you for the 1 year, dude. One flipping year. Oh my. All right, that's good. We have water with us today. We have all the things. Howdy, friends. Hello, hello. Howdy. All right. So we used to have it more often. And I want to change that and make sure that it's actually happening. Did Twitch not ping? Okay, if you guys get double pinged today from the Discord, I'm so sorry, but it's not pinging, so I'm just going to do it manually. This bot has been having some issues from what it seems like, so we'll just do it ourselves. All is well. It is fine. But hi. Hope you guys' week is going well. Hello. Carrie, thank you for the 17 months. Time, thank you for the 2. What up, dude? Panels, how are you? Okay. Should be a fun day. It should be good. Pacifica, hello. How are you? Okay. Should be good to rock. Yeah, should be good. We should be all right. What did I miss so far? Captain Zero, thank you for the 4 months. Oh my. Why doesn't that show me the message, but this one does? That's so confusing. 4 whole months of being a Twitch sub. I assume that would be 5 months since finding the channel. Crazy all. Have a good stream. Thank you so much, Captain. I appreciate it, man. Thank you, dude. Lady, how are you? What up, Bama? Ember, hello. Hi, Crow. I should probably watch one of the Flash, either live or this YouTube video. I mean, hi, Break or Tika. I'm not sure which one would be trolling right now. It had to be one of them. It had to be. It had to be. Who did it? Who did it? I can't even see. It was Break. Hi, Break. There it is. Heather, thank you for the 4 months. My shirt, this was a birthday gift. Yeah, this was a birthday gift. Isn't it wonderful? my wife knows me so well. All right. I think we're okay. Nutty Coffee, thank you again, friend. Soggy, thank you for the 6 months. Thank you guys for the subs. I wasn't even in here yet. Appreciate you. Mermaid, hello. Welcome back. It's beautiful. I think it's great. Hi, Crow. Mystic Call, hello. So we are bringing Whatever Wednesday back. At first, I think we're going to ease into it. We are going to ease into it. We are going to, I don't know. We might keep it the way that it is, where I start with Phaz and then we move to another game, or we just make Wednesday completely different games altogether. So we're going to start with Phasmo today, and then we are going to move on to the game I talked about wanting to play that was like Stanley Parable, because I want to play it. It looks so fun. It's called Moral Dilemma, The Interview. So that will be later. I'm excited. Many much excite. Callie, thank you for the biddies. Thank you so much, friend. Hello, Steph. Thank you for the 15 months. You broke Roblox? Probably a good sign to play something else. Yeah. Hi, Thunderbolt. What up, Demon Fan? Hi, friends. Yeah, this game, I'm excited about it. Again, it just has Stanley Parable like written all over it. And that was one of my favorite games I've ever played on stream. So I'm uber excited for sure. Theored Head, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. How was your stream? We're gonna be getting into Phasmo here shortly. Velen, how are you? Is that threat level midnight? You bet your sweet cheeks it is. You bet your sweet cheeks it is. Hi, Knight. How are you? Hello. Would chat like some ice cream? What kind? That's a very important question. Mermaid, hello, friend. Thank you again for the sub. Moral dilemma. Been playing this game all my life. I can't help you with your internal struggles. Only the outward struggles. It's very hot. Very, very hot. Mint chocolate chip. I like a mint chocolate chip. That's my son's favorite. Alley Cat, welcome in. Welcome back. There's a game on Roblox exactly like Phas. I know. I've played it. I have it on my YouTube channel. I've played Phasmo in Roblox, basically. Played it in Fortnite. If you know of any other games that have any sort of like Phas-like remake, let me know. We'll play it. Luca, hello, friend. Morning. How are you? Loki, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, dude. Mint chocolate chip is the best. It's really good. It's really, really good. And it's really good on, I don't know. I wouldn't eat it all the time, but occasionally it's so refreshing. Yeah. Wicket, hello. Hi, friend. Zoe, thank you for the 3 months. My goodness. Minecraft, done it. Been there. Have I played Demonologist? Yep. Been there. Yep. I do want to play Demonologist again soon. And the reason I want to do that is because I haven't played it in probably over a year. And there's new maps and stuff. I just want to see what it's like again. Twitch keeps crashing on you. Oh, no. If you're not on mobile, try a different browser. It could be a browser issue. Just being a big pain in the butt. Yeah. Carly, hello. I'm good. How are you, friend? Halogen. Hi, friendo. Owly, hello. Hello. Rafa. How are you, my friend? How's your week, sir? How's work? The best frozen treat's a pineapple Dole Whip. You know, wouldn't my wife agree with that? Actually, she might. Again, it's one of those like really refreshing things. Yeah. Thunderbolt. Oh, that kind of scared me a little bit. At first, I thought something was breaking. I'm like, oh, my headphone. No, never mind. It's a bit alert. Ash, hello. Welcome in. Withering Witch, thank you for the 19 months. If you're just coming in, hi. I started a little bit early. Scarn, Michael Scarn, that's right. I started a little bit early, mainly because the wife and kiddos, like, they had activities, so she was just waiting for them to be done so she can come home. But I figured I'd start early, so A, we could get into Phasmo earlier, and then B, whatever Wednesday's returning. We are bringing it back, and I am going to be switching over a little bit later to a game that is newer. It came out at the end of January, so it's been less than a month that it's been out, but it's called Moral Dilemma, The Interview, and it is very much so a game that is like Stanley Parable, where I believe, like, the description for the game is a fourth wall breaking narrative adventure. It's interview day, and you really need this job. Enough to ignore the talking printer, the anomaly corridor, and the ridiculous life or death trials your interviewer keeps putting you in. But deep down, you know something here is very, very wrong. I'm excited. Stanley Parable's wild. It's one of my favorite games I've ever played. It was so entertaining, and I'm so glad I got to play it on stream. It was so good. Oh, and I'm not one for like a lot of talking, a lot of narrative stuff. I usually try to avoid it, and that game is nothing but it was just so funny. I loved it. It was great, as Tony would say. Banana, welcome in. Many much excite. All of them. Maybe both of them. What game? It's in the title, bruh. It's in the title. Viv! You have another nephew? Oh, congrats. Somebody posted in the Discord today about their freaking baby. Yeah. Freaking what? Everyone's having babies? I think everyone's having babies. I think it was Rach that posted about having a kiddo. Pestilence, hello, how are you? Viv, thank you for the biddies, dude. Why'd I just tell second base to steal third? Why wouldn't I? Well, that's weird. Give up a run in the 9th inning? Psycho. Derp, thank you for the 28 months. Hello. It's almost spring. AKA baby season? Yeah, I guess so. That's true. As my wife is pregnant. What's up with all these babies? That's weird. He was born yesterday. Has a dope middle name. Oh, what's his middle name? 6 of my old classmates from high school are pregnant. Definitely in the air. It's COVID. Round 2. Shanna, thank you for the biddies. Hi, friend. How are you? Is Mrs. Flash pregnant? Yes. Yes. We are taking on the adventure of surrogacy. So Mrs. Flash is a surrogate for another couple who is amazing. They're awesome and we love them. Something's in the air like crow. How dare you? That's so immature. Yeah. Very excited. Everything is going as normal as you could say, like as normal as could be, which is exactly what you want. They said that it is on par, which is great. Flash, you are not the father. She's not the mother either, to be fair. Hi, Kev. What up, homie? Doing all right? How are you? I'm good, Shanna. Thank you, friend. I hope that things are going well. How have streams been? How are the kiddos? They're good, dude. Busy. Freaking busy. My wife and I have been not paid Ubers, just driving them around to activities like crazy. My wife does a lot more of that than I do because she's a teacher. So she gets out of work earlier than I do and then can take them. But yeah, it's just nonstop. But they're busy. And I'm kind of okay with it. You know, gives them stuff to do. Minty. Oh my. Ryan, thank you for the 12 months. No, get out of here. Turn off notifications. Yes. Son of a bitch. Sorry. My bad. Welcome in, friends. Nathan, how are you? We're about to get Phasmo opened up and get that to goings. What up, Ray? Things are going well, man. How are you? Busy and not getting into trouble. Yeah. We just want to find their interests, you know? And I think for a couple we have. I think with Izzy, we're still kind of exploring. We're still exploring for her. Hey, Panda. The day's going well. Teachers work their butts off. They certainly do. And she's been doing it for like 10 years. But I think that she's going to reach a limit at some point of doing all this work. And there's some things happening. It's just higher ups being pains in the ass, basically. But you know, she's there for the children's. So yeah, Chrono, thank you for the biddies. Can't believe I watched for over a year. I know. You know how crazy it is when I see some people come in and it's been like 3 years. That's the craziest sounding thing, especially when it feels like I just met some people like a week ago. It's crazy. Do you work anything outside of streaming and content creation? Yeah, I have a full-time job. Yeah. I work 50 plus hours a week as a lead video editor for a production house. I've been doing that for 10 years. I've been at the same place for almost 8. So yeah. Busy bee. Megam, hello. Hope you're having a good day. I am. Mrs. Flash is doing great. Callie, thank you for the biddies. 2nd grade teacher. She's contemplating a career change. It's a thing. It definitely is. Yeah, it definitely is. For sure. Is that a Sir Killiam the Third? Mr. Kill? Look, what we were just talking about. 36 months. 36 months. I literally just said 3 years. Hi, Kill. That's so funny. Not the third. Well, yeah. Just saying, I have no idea who you are or how I got here. That's okay, but you're here. Hey, Jace, what's up? Oh, my. Thank you all so much for the subs and the biddies. I appreciate you guys. We're going to open up Phasmo. Probably play a few Nightmare games before we do a switch. I didn't even look to see. That would probably have been a good idea. I should have looked at the time to complete site. Or the how long to beat. Is this one there? There it is. There's no time on it. Oh my God. Literally nobody has reported this one. This is the life we live. All right. Well, it's going to take us however long it takes us. Have you played Cam Factory? I have. Yes. That was a really good one too. Anomaly games are great. Anomaly games are a blast. All right. We good. Time for the first speedrun. No, we got to enjoy it. We got to take it in. The 7th. Oh. No option but to watch the stream. Flash hacked my browser. His channel is the only page I can view. That's how you get all the views, chat. That's how you do it right there. Hey, Jam, what up, dude? It's the life. Not only am I wearing my threat level midnight shirt, I'm also drinking out of my fax mug. Dwight, at 8 a.m. today, someone poisons the coffee. Do not drink the coffee. More instructions will follow. Cordially, future Dwight. It's an office kind of day. Playing anything on tonight? No, solo. But I think I saw in that other game that it's multiplayer. Need that mug. I love it. I love it. It's so good. Can't wait to get the shirt and the sticker. Oh, I appreciate you. I appreciate you. All right. Tried to play solo Nightmare. Nightmare solo yesterday was not having a good ghost day. Kept getting my ghost mixed up. Oh, that happens, dude. That happens to every one of us. You're not going to remember every last thing all the time. Something is going to slip. You're going to forget and go, oh, damn it. That's not that ghost. That's that one. It's going to happen. Now I'm here and you're stuck with me. Oh, shit. Fine, whatever. All right, back to the nightmares. You know, somebody said something today that I never thought to try. They were talking about checking for a demon using the tier 3 crucifix in the summoning circle. Because if you think about it, you have your crucifix range, and if it's a demon, it should stop the hunt because a demon has a wider range. I got to try. Did you try that? I just never thought to try that. It's a very, very specific test. I mean, it's not often you're going to go for that, but you lost me. Did I actually lose you? I could explain again. I really could. Hellfallen, hello. My brain's tired. That's okay. So think of, okay, here, we'll give some visual examples here. So, okay, this is not helpful at all. Summoning circle. Okay. Summoning circle. Tier 3 crucifix can stop a cursed hunt. So usually what do? You take the tier 3, you place it. Oh, use blocks. I'll use blocks. We need visual representation. I would agree. Seems dangerous and expensive. It is, but it would be really funny. Okay, you know what? Here's the summoning circle. Okay. Oh wait, we have a summoning circle. It's right here. Perfect. Never mind. We have one. It's right there. This is my tier 3 crucifix. This is the, well, no, it's demon. We need red. Okay. Let's pretend that is our ghosty. Okay. We're going to pretend. I know math would open up. I know, but I can't do that as fast as they can. So pretend this is our summoning circle. Ghosty spawns right there. We light candles. Okay. This is the tier 3 crucifix. What do you normally do? You normally put that in there. You light the circle, get your ghost photo. It eats the crucifix. All is well. But maybe you're suspicious of a demon and you have a summoning circle. Theoretically, you should be. Now, this doesn't obviously have the little aura, whatever around it. But let's pretend that range is like, I put the crucifix down and the range is like this. Okay. It is outside of where the ghost is. If it's a demon, it should be able to reach that crucifix. And that should stop the hunt. And it's the only ghost that would be able to do that. Yeah, makes sense. Again, very specific test, but it would be really cool to try. It would be really cool to try. Hi, Morgan. Hi, friend. So if we get lucky enough that we think it might be a demon and I have a summoning circle, I think we're going to go for it because I have the tier 3 crucifix now. I just have to equip it. There we go. Yeah. What other demon tests can you do? You could incense, cleanse the ghost. If it hunts under 90 seconds, it's a demon. Yeah. Ghost hunting karaoke. I'm down. Winds of Gale. Thank you for the 13 months. Appreciate you, friend. Thank you for the subs. Thank you guys for the bits. Thank you for the follows. Hello. Disturbed Panda. Appreciate you. Main tests are specific. Yeah. Yeah. We're going to go to Ridgeview to begin. Like I said, we're going to start with some Phas, and then we are going to move to Moral Dilemma. That Stanley Parables type game in a bit. Just not yet. We'll get some Phasmos in first. So let's do a nightmare at Ridgeview. A chance for the circle. Yeah, for the circle to actually be something we want. That is a very not common thing at all. Fluff, thank you for the 1 year. Appreciate you. Just tried my first insanity round. I had a Ure closed door ability and orbs, but died trying to figure out which it was. Oh no. It happens to the best of us, friend. It's okay. It is okay. Oh, I didn't do the thing. Whoops. Whoopsie doodle. I forgot to do the ting. Vin's becoming a believer. Wait, what happened? Oh, it's always a demon. Oh. Was Vin getting a bunch of demons when he streamed it last? Because if so, that's pretty funny. Was he getting a bunch of demons? All right. We have Jim Moore, parabolic. So detect a paranormal sound with a parabolic microphone. Find evidence of the paranormal with an EMF reader. And detect a ghost presence with a motion sensor. So we are first going to go in and start looking for ghosty and for cursed object. And we'll go from there. What up, Josh? How are you, dude? Corman, I'm good. How are you? Shanna, hello. Abnormal, hello. How are we doing, friends? Vision, hello. For his ghost guessing, he has the top spot because he kept guessing demon. Oh, no. Oh, no. All right. No cards. Mirror. Hiding spot. Lovely. Yeah, you have 3 cursed possessions in a very small radius. I mean, you've got cards spawn there. Mirror spawns here. 4, I guess. The Ouija spawns there. Frank spawns there. Bone spawns there. Hey, Gavin, how are you, dude? All technically very close. There's only a few that are away. Taken away. Vader, I'm good. How are you, dude? I was trying to grind the ID cards last week and kept getting banshees with my friend. It was quite amusing. Sometimes you get lucky and get the same ghosties over and over again. Oh, yeah. I know. Circle. The one time I actually won it. Damn it. Doing good? Glad to hear it. Someone fell down. Someone fall down. Stinky's here. El Stinko's right there. What are the temps? Might have to come back because it might not have had enough time to get cold. It might not have been enough time for the rest of the house to get warm. I think it's in the laundry though. So let's go. Hey, what up, Shawnee? What kind of doctor would Dr. Pepper be? A physician. Who do you think you are coming in here with stuff like that? Who do you think you are? You think this is the place for that? me stay on track here. We have a job to do. Miss Goozy, you're not a mayor. That's lovely. Sing us a song, Piano Man. All right, let's put this stuff down here. Okay. And let's check our temps. Yeah, you've... well, let's check over here. No, it's got to be laundry. It has to be. Any reason my tier 3 video camera is lowered and I'm unable to interact with lights? Why it's lowered? Splat, think of the 18 months. Like, you're saying, like, it's lower than this? Like, the video camera itself is, like, it's lower on your screen and it's covering your interaction? Yeah? Oh, maybe it might just be a bug. I feel like I've seen other people have that same problem. I would try, if I would try just the camera by itself. If that's not fixing it, I would try restarting your game. See if that helps. Hopefully it does. Good gravy, it's bright. Come on, dude. Come on, dude. Is in all three. What? If you're asking what, it's nightmare. If you're asking what difficulty it is, it's nightmare. Stuck in the crouch? I don't know. Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you near? Are you here? Where are you? Phalanges? Why is UIT out of stock? Because I don't have anything called UIT. Where are you going? Any tips for looping the ghost? Don't waste your sprint. Don't waste it. So if you're looping the ghost around this, don't hold your sprint down. Don't hold it down the entire time. When you see that you're out of breath, let it give a little bit, and then, but you shouldn't even have to do that. Honestly, if you hug the table enough, you can get away from the ghost. But there are places you can loop where you can actually break line of sight so that it's not getting faster and faster and faster. Yeah. Channel warning, why? Well, if you read the channel warning, you would probably know why. Yeah. I'm just guessing here. Hi, Lucy. I heard that. We're supposed to read warnings? I mean, it's definitely suggested. All right, you turd. We have UV. It wasn't even that cold. It could be freezing. Love to ting? We all love to ting. You guys can read? The ghost gets faster with line of sight for every ghost? No. No. A lot of the ghosts, but not every one of them. There are certain ghosts that do not speed up with line of sight. Good examples of that would be like the Fae does not speed up with line of sight. The Hantu does not speed up with line of sight. The Hantu speeds up based on the temperature of the room. So if it's really warm, it'll be slow. If it's colder, it'll be faster. The Dio technically does not speed up with line of sight. Yeah. Let's see. You didn't spam because that wasn't the warning. The warning literally says don't repeat yourself because you were trying to repeat yourself about the lights being out of stock when there's literally a cooldown. That's why. Yeah, so you didn't actually read the warning. Saw dots on the ceiling. I almost went feeling. Saw dots on the ceiling and I thought it was, oh, drone update? No, this isn't Ghost Watchers. This ain't no Ghost Watchers. Flash sees all. Well, it's not hard to see. I assumed if it can speed up, it will say it on the unofficial and give the speed right. On the cheat sheet, I'm sure it probably does. How was I supposed to know? If I were you, I would let it go. How do I get notifications for the lives? You should be able to turn on the notifications on Twitch. If that doesn't work, oh, don't you dare, you sicko. You could always have noties on Discord as well, because it gets notified on both. So I at everyone in the Discord when I go live. Kazoon tight. Disgusting. Are you through the book? You're not going to give me writing. Let me check the temps again. Disgusting. Yeah, see. Thank you, Mayor. I'll get a camera here in a second. Maybe EMF 5? Let's give you some stuff to play with. You want toys? Give you toys. Here. Imagine getting notifications from the Twitch. Imagine, dude. Imagine, dude. Is the rework of Tanglewood coming out at the same time as Grafton and Bleasdale? None of those are coming out at the same time. Bleasdale is the only one we know of happening in March. Beyond that, we don't know about Grafton and Tanglewood. I believe they just said this year. I don't think there was any specifics. Gamer? Gaming? It's hard to see how many fingies you got there. Hey, Crown, how are you? Okay, what? I'm right here, dude. You ever play Phasmophobia? No, that game sounds stupid. Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Where are you? Why would a pig dressed in black never get bullied? Because Batman has sworn to protect Gotham. Yeah, see, the Ghost didn't like it either. You don't like it either? Ghost doesn't like it either. Where are you? Are you here? So stupid. So dumb. What is it hiding from me? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Are you what I think you are, you piece of trash? Oh no. Oh. Not a Goryo again. That might be my, like, we discuss the ghost that I hate the most. Goryo might be up there now. It might be there. I was like, what the? Oh, that's me with the other camera. We're going to watch this and see if we get dots. I have a sneaky suspicion. So tired of Goryos. Me too. Me too. Can a Hantu match a Dio speed on a certain negative temp? I don't think they get that slow. I don't think so. Sorry, am I losing my mind? Or like, did I see a blip fall from the ceiling? I think I'm losing my mind. Mr. Tom! Mr. Tommy Tom, hi friend. How's it going, sir? How's the night? Morning? Whatever. I think Tom, I think I have a house that's not haunted. We need that mic clip of Flash. Get out of here, Lucy. Gosh dang it. The ghost is not giving me my second piece of evidence, and I have a feeling I know why. I have a sneaky, but the problem is that it's not doing the ting. All right, well then I guess I'm just gonna let you hunt at this point because I need to hear your speeds. I don't need two of them. We'll be fine. Have you checked to see if there's a cat in the house? No, but I can look. I can always double check. Your camera has moved? What? My camera has moved. What? It's a freaking Hantu. You're telling me that you're hiding freezing from me? Where? Not a Goryo. Negative. Come on. Holy moly. Oh, you hungry? Are you cooking? Oh, what are you making me? I don't have a camera. Mom, I gotta go get the camera. Gonna get the camera? Okay, we're good. Basement, maybe. It definitely could be. Shran, hi, friendo. Oh my God, 36 months. That's another 3 year. Holy moly. Holy moly. It's gotta be, this gotta be freezing. This ghost is a pain in my ass. It's been really hard to get freezing. I have a Hantu, and the lowest temp that I've seen, I think, is 8. Flash and Flash laughed at the same time. Flashception. Okay. It's standing here. We'll go check the basement after this. What's up, Addie? How are you? Medicine. Oh, Jesus Christ. Ghost is right there. Are you upstairs? What the hell? What is going on? Guys hear that? The Rizzler's here. Oh, did that count? It did. Can a mimic copy the Hantu breath? Yes. Yes, it can. Thank you, Fate. Oh, did it throw a knife at me? Excuse you. Freaking Hantu. It's... Oh, is there orbs? What the hell? It's a gift? Well, they didn't even wrap it. Like, how rude. Would you... Please, just hunt. We know that you're going back and forth right here. Today, Junior. Give Flash a hug? No. Sons of bitches. Hi, Cozy. Oh wait, yeah, it can't be, or it has to be freezing. Duh. Brain fart. I'm on Nightmare. I have Ultraviolet. It literally has to be this if it's a Hantu. The only way that it's not, oh, you suck butt. The only way it's not is if it's a mimic. What's happened? Oh, there's multiple things. Oh, whoever just got merged, thank you, friend. It's over there again. Hi, Hi, Storm. Why is it not hunting? Oh my god. Is this mimicking a Raiju? Oh my god, I can't tell. Oh my god. You feral animals. Okay, it's done. I have a feeling we have orbs. Where? Where? It's still here. Oh my god. This is so confusing. Do you want to hear? No, I'm good. Ghost. I'm so lost. It ate the last evidence? What a jerk. That speed sounded like a Raiju. I think. Star, think of it, the 17 months. Very late. Yeah, but I don't even see them. Huh. Interesting. All right, I don't know where you are, but we're going to pretend like I just hit you with a smudge. I sure hope I do. You guys are the worst. It's obviously here. The only other thing I could think of. Like, what is going on? Wraith? No, it stepped in salt. It can't be a Wraith. It's still upstairs. Look how it's warmer down here. The ghost is over here throwing things. And look at the temps. Absolutely busted. Shut up. Nothing. No, dude, it's there. Finally got the ferryman the drown badge. Nice. Thank you for the blurbs. Okay. We need... This is true. This is very true. So the first one we had sounded like a Hantu, and it definitely was not speeding up with line of sight. The second one we had sounded like a Raiju. The ghost is here. I'm going to let it hunt again, and we're going to see what happens. Because it can't be a Raiju. So that would mean it was a mimic. If it's a mimic, I would get more evidence. Neo, thank you for the biddies, dude. So I got nothing. We're going to go back in with these, though, and we're going to try to figure out what ghost he is. Onto warm room. No, the fact is that I think that the freezing is busted. You hear it over here? Give me you. I wanted to hunt. Vampire, how are you? Okay. Thank you, Hyper. It's over there. It do be chilling, though. I'm on Nightmare. So I should have another piece of evidence. That sounded like a Hantu. But listen. Do you hear how normal that sounds? Now it sounds faster. Think it's done. Wait. No. Leave it off. Leave it off. We're going to watch the ghost. Why am I not looking for the breath? We need to leave it off. Put something electronic upstairs. No. No, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave that power off and we're going to watch it hunt. Goober in it. Absolute goober. Hantu breath. Where's your freezing temps, bruh? Whatever. Whatever. What a jerk. Oh, the boner jam. Go over there. Got all of our photos. Make sure they're all 3 stars, which they are. There's the objective. There's the ghost. Let's check for freezing one more time. So this is where the ghost is. Look how cold. Now, hey, 3 degrees. That's cold. Hey. That's the coldest I got. I got nothing. Turn on the power. I didn't understand why I wasn't turning on. It was hunting and my friends didn't tell me. That's really rude. Oh, what a jerk. Yeah, that's a hot too. We're getting somewhere. Yes, welcome back. I am. I've got some jobs ready for you. Check for room changes. We'll see how many there were. Maybe that's why it wasn't so cold, because it changed rooms 7 times. It changed rooms 5 times. In 25 minutes. Wait a minute. Wait a tick. Hold on. Where's my... Where's my maps? Ridgeview. Okay. Okay. I was just making sure that that was... It said bone hallway. That back piano room is technically hallway. So I just wanted to be sure about that. And it is. Okay. Do you have it set to Fahrenheit? No. Venny, thank you for the gifted. Appreciate you, friend. Cassidy, hello. Ay. All right. Where am I going? 5 minutes per room. Yeah. And then it just decided, nah. It just moved on to the next one. Ay. Sylvania, how are you? Had the zoomies. When it was in its room, it had the zoomies. Yeah. Random, Tangle, Willow. To Willow to get a mimic. Yeah. Did the speedrun challenge and my last ghost was a Revy. Nice. Lit. Thank you for the 11 months. Appreciate you, man. Random fitting for whatever Wednesday. Yeah, you know what? I think you're right. Nah, I like it. We'll let fate decide. Not our fate, but the game. Never mind. Never mind. We are going to run ads before I do this game though. So I do 3 minutes of ads every hour to remove pre-rolls so that if you're not subbed in, you don't have turbo, you don't miss stuff. So we're going to run them. And then after we run them, we're going to do a random, hopefully at a small map. Yeah. All right, go stretch your legs, get a drink, get a snack. We'll be right back. Ridgey's wild for the room changes at the moment. Had a shade change room 10 times. Like, why is that map bound? That doesn't make any sense. My merch shirt from you got here a couple days ago. How is Vanessa? Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Yeah, we do the ads every hour because we have to. So if we can control them, we will control them. Maps are supposed to work in Phas. That's the word on the street. Tom, I'm playing a game. I'm playing a new game today. Chat should vote on a map? No. We're doing random. Negative. If I wanted chat to vote, I would put it up for a vote. Do I have merch? I do. Yeah, I'm excited for it, Tom. I'm excited for it. It looks silly, ridiculous, and fun. So I'm much excited for it. Thinking of getting a mug? I appreciate you. I do not know what that ad was. People were partying and it was Danish. I think I might be. You're not supposed to enact what they're doing, Mork. Wearing the shirt at work. Oh, I appreciate you. Thank you, friend. Oh, Hyper. Thank you for the giveaway. Well, there's a beanie for anybody that gets a cold head. Type join inside of Twitch chat and you could win a Flash beanie. VR clam stream win. Kill gifted me basically the VR version of Getting Over It. The dude that's inside of the cauldron with the hammer. There's a VR version of that game. I told him I'm probably gonna get sick playing that. Ay ay ay. A beanie. I've got to enter this one. Oh, dude. Night, Nixie. Lunar, thank you for the gifted to Skelly. And it goes to Winds of Gale. Winds of Gale, GG's. Enjoy the merch. 40 seconds, friends. 40 seconds and we'll be back. 40 seconds. It's on the Twitch side, Jonathan. Good girl ghost. Hi, friend. Oh, and the VIP redeem. Let's go. GG's. Cheese and cheese. Maddie, thank you for the 18 months. Gonna go play some cool Phas now. Good luck, friend. You know, it's really funny. Starting to post more like, well, as they happen, educational moments, things to teach people about things that maybe they didn't know about. Maybe they did, maybe they're new. It's just really funny reading comments of people when I know they're wrong. That's the part I laugh at. And then people in the comments will tell them, hey, no, you're wrong. This is right. And they're like, well, I've never seen that. It's just really funny. I sit back and kind of laugh and enjoy it. It's pretty funny. It's also engagement. I mean, people are commenting. Juju, thank you for the raid. How was your stream? We're back. We're back. Juju, how was the stream? How did it go? How was Phasmo? I was fighting for my life in the comments on dude, it's a battle you're never going to win. Unfortunately, while you do have people that just genuinely think they know something, again, I will never claim to know everything, but like you have people that genuinely think they know something, and then when you correct it, they're like, oh, I didn't know that. And it's like, yeah, that's why if I don't know, I don't ever say it's this. I'll say, I'm not sure. I think it could be this. But they speak so certainly and such a wrong way. And some people genuinely didn't know, and they're like, oh my God, I had no idea. Other people are like, no, that's wrong. And I'm like, oh, well, best of luck to you. Best of luck. Thanks for the merch giveaway. Oh, when's it go? Don't thank me, friend. Thank Hyper. Ghosties were messed up. Died a lot, especially during Blood Moon. Oh no. I haven't had one of those in a long time. Yeah. How do I get the merch link in here? Do ! merch. All right. We are back. We are ready. Thank you, Tommy Tom. Thank you, Tommy Tom. Venny, enjoy the merch, friend. Appreciate you. If you guys are not following the amazing Midnight Society peeps, like Mr. Tom, like Mr. Kill, make sure that you're following these amazing peeps. They are lovely. I think it was Tom that might have said it earlier today. I was lurking like crazy, Tom, per the usual. But I think he said, you know, every Midnight Society member has like their own flavor. It's everybody, while at the same time we can all have a lot of things in common, everybody's so different, which is awesome. And I love all of them. Every last one. Shut up, Kill. Oh, they're all amazing beans. They're all amazing. All right. Random Nightmare, because it's whatever Wednesday. Oh, thank frickin' God. Random actually had mercy on me. Would you believe it? Would you believe it? Everybody's different. Chiba more than most. Oh, well, yeah. Facts. That's pretty factuals. If you guys are new here and you're not in my Discord, I do have one of those guys. It is there in chat. That is where we hang outside of stream. And then there's the rest of the socials if you don't, if you haven't checked out the YouTubes or Blue Sky or TikTok, all the things. All the things. I've also been posting more to Instagram. So if you do have it, I'll add the link back to that. But there was a while I wasn't posting, but I have been. So we will add it back. I hear rain. Yeah, it's not Blood Moon. I know. I thought that every time I hear it, man, I scoot forward waiting to see red skies, and it was not there. So we're in good shape. We're okay. Have I missed a lot? No, you're perfectly fine. Strawberry Fox, welcome in. Alrighty, what do we need to do? Ted Phillips, 25%, cleanse the ghosty and repel the ghosty. All right, well, let's go find out where ghosty is and what the cursed possession is. No music box, no cards, no board. Thought I saw a phone. You had Blood Moon this morning. I've heard a couple people talking about how they've gotten it like back to back. I don't think I've ever gotten it back to back before. F them shoes. We will in due time. Patience. Oh, somebody just got a zip up hoodie. It says somebody. I don't know who did it. Oh, thank you for getting merch, friend. Nothing interesting going on this weekend? Excuse me? All right. I don't know yet. I'm not sure. My kids have a dance competition, but I might be staying home so I can stream. So we'll see. We will see. Bro, what's up, dude? Got Blood Moon on Camp Woodwind. It sucked. I gotta admit though, the Blood Moon on outdoor maps, it looks cool though. I like it. I still wish we could choose it, but when I get it, I get a little bit excited just because it's something different. Still will forever wish that we could choose it. Is that a 4? In the beginning. In the beginning. I just think it's Glay every time that happens now. We got phalanges. Can someone explain the blood moon? When you get a blood moon, there's a few things that happen. Yeah, no. The ghost is 15% faster. You get a 10% boost if you complete the hunt. What else? Your sanity drains twice as fast, and the ghost is more active. Yeah, plenty of stuff. Pharaoh, thank you for the giveaway. Man, Fourth Wall is getting all the love. If you guys type join in chat, you could win a toe sticker. Toe. If you don't know who Toe is, it's that guy. He's up there. It's the frog with the eyeballs. You know that guy? He's pretty cool. We like him. He's all right. All right, let's check this and see if we got some dootskis. We know that we have UV, and I'm going to bring one of these too. Oh boy. Oh boy. I got to pick a time when I want to switch over to the other game too. I don't know how long that other game's going to take. Thought you were going to say toaster. Toaster? When the hell did I say toaster? What the hell? Opposed to the frogs without the eyeballs. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I say the eyeballs because they're massive on these face pieces. Shut up, Tom. Well, where are you going? All right. We have Phantom Banshee Goryo. Ooh. Which means with a combination of dots and ultraviolet, checking for a Banshee, a Phantom, and a Goryo might not be that hard. It just depends on how this goes. We know we have dots. We saw it. So we could do a Goryo test by looking for the dots through the video camera if we don't see them in person. We could do the Phantom test. Take a photo of the ghost, and if it disappears, there we go. Have you tried demonology? That's like the fourth person I've heard say demonology. You mean demonologist? Yeah, I've tried it. Yeah, I'm going to play it again soon, probably. Yeah. Banana, did you win? GG's. So the nice thing about the ultraviolet dots combo is with Banshee Phantom Goryo, you can check for two ghosts at the same time with the Phantom and the Goryo. Because by checking for the dots, you can take a picture of those dots, and if they disappear, it's a Phantom. If you see them in person, you know it's not a Goryo. So if Ghosty doesn't disappear, it's not a Phantom. If you see them in person, it's not a Goryo. And then you have Banshee. And because we have dots, it can't be a mimic. So the hope here is that, well, the Ghosty does show up. So we shall see. Hey, Mrs. H, hello. What up, Brett? How you here? That was so wet. After tomorrow, you finally have a day off. Let's go. That's awesome. Spicy. Oof. That blurb was terrible. You're welcome. I made it. I made it to play inside a break stream because the one day she was yelling at me because I just joined the stream and dropped a fart blurb and I didn't say hi. So I was like, oh, well, I'll just make a blurb that farts. All right. Roger that. So as we were saying, by having dots, you have an opportunity for a easier ghost photo where you don't have to wait for an event and you don't have to wait for a hunt. But if the ghosty does event, there you go. So an easy way to tell a Phantom is if it events, you take a photo and Ghosty disappears. The photo is perfectly clear and it says ghost. I'll take it. All right, I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We need incense, repel, all that jazz. But we're going to get some salt. I need to go find the bone. We'll do all these. Do I need all these? No, I just need 6 of them. Yeah, we just need 6. That'll fly. And we know that we have a phantom, so it can stalk us. So we need to be careful, SpongeBob. Careful, SpongeBob. You know what else we could do? We can also show this test. Where with a phantom, it will set off an EMF 2 at your location once it gets to you. So it'll stalk you and set off the EMF 2. So the way that we can track that is with these guys. It's not that far, but still. We could check that way. So you'll see that go off. You'll more than likely you will see motion, motion, motion. Ghosty will get here, and then we'll have an EMF 2. I could probably hold this and it'll probably still do it. So let's see if it'll stalk us. You can't make the ghost stalk you. It has to choose to do it. So I am one that typically doesn't wait too long for it. However, could be worth it if you run out of incense, you can't protect yourself, doing something like this just to be sure. Even outside, as long as you're close enough to the door. I don't know exactly how far that is, but if you're right outside the door, yeah, it should still try to stalk you. Are we thinking Banshee Phantom? Oh, it disappeared when I took a photo. It's a phantom. I just want to show, the phantom stalking that it does. Because the only stalking ghosts are phantoms and banshees. Wraith teleports. The way you can tell the difference between all 3 of those is when a phantom stalks you, it will set off, it will set off an EMF 2 at your location. So you'll see like this setup here, you'll see motion, motion, motion. It'll get to me, EMF 2. If it's a banshee, it will do motion, 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 get to me, and not set off an EMF 2. If it's a wraith, it'll set off an EMF 2 at my location, and then you'll see it go back to its room the opposite direction. It also set the car off, which is really annoying. Auntie, hello. Welcome in. Yeah, it set off the car. Hey, Holly. Well, I'm going back in just because I want to shut that off because that's really annoying. Shut up. Put that in our image. No, it better not be. F that car. We will. We will. I mean, the shoes, not the car. The issue with this is having to wait for the ghost. The ghostie has to choose to stalk the player. You missed the turn off the car song? I think Sailor still has that on her stream. I did a redeem. Did it at a bad time, so you might have missed it. What was the redeem, good girl? It's not going to do it. Here, let's step inside and do it. Higher chance if it's inside. I don't know about all that. But we'll test from here. VIP? It's attached to your name. What do you mean? Trip, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. If anything, this is a nice display of what the ghost doesn't do that it's supposed to do. What, where? The pink diamond next to your name. Northern, thank you so much for the 14 months. Welcome in. Yeah, if you refresh, it'll probably show up. Look at this. We have a phantom, a ghost that stalks the player. Does it look like it's stalking me? One more foot in the door. Okay, I don't know if that was coincidence or not. I guess if I redeem it, it'll remove mine. Ah, that's a great question, Mork. I don't know. Paid out. I would like it to do it from out here to show you that that works. The fact that I went to here and it was like, yeah, I'm coming. Please do the ting. Gosh darn it. That's so funny though. Come on, do it from out here. Who knows? Maybe they did something where they made it where you can't get it from outside anymore. Shut up. You know? So let me go back in and try it again. Hold on. Shh. Do the roar. It should do the roar. Well, that was mean. Thank you, Storm. Why is it hard to get the Doom Slate achievement? Because it's 100% RNG. Not only is it RNG, but you have to be within range of the ghost when it hunts you to get hunted within 60 seconds. That's why it's hard. It's not a skill thing. Am I in here far enough? Hold on. It's in there touching the breaker door. Are you interested? I give up. It happened once. That's good enough. Whatever. Dude's a jerk. You'll eventually step in these. Got Doom Slate first on your PC. Nice. Very nice. Come on. Doesn't care about me. It's very rude. Ghosty is very rude. Here, we'll do it, Tom. We'll do the test. We'll do the test. Ted Phillips. Ted. Ted. Oh, hey. Ted. Don't you even have to have the demon use its ability for it to count? It has to be the demon ability. It has to choose to hunt you. Yes, it has to choose to hunt you. Oh, what the hell? Excuse me? You could reach that? Won't leave the garage. That's his new home, I guess. Garage is cozy. Says who? Did I ever find the bone? I don't think I did. No lights for you. That's all right. I don't care about the garage. Let's do it. It's like it's stuck, but it's not stuck. That could be an uh-oh. All right, we're fine. Stop. Come on. Where's it now? You're here. Oh, you hear that EMF? It just stalked me. It just did. It just stalkied us. What a stinky. Uh-oh, stinky. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Good. Got the ghost. Oh, I need to repel while it's chasing. That's okay. That'll buy me some time to go find the bone. Looking for a friend. Okay. Okay. Mayor test is easy? No, it's not, because the mayor has to, again, it's an ability where it has to choose to do those things. If it chooses not to do what it needs to do to show you that it's a mayor, it doesn't do its ability, you have no way of knowing. Saw the monkey paw. I wish for the bone. I wish for the bone. Railroad, hello. Where is it? Remember, this is a phantom, so it definitely could choose to just be following me around right now. We're good. F those shoes, F that shoe, F that shoe, F that shoe, F that shoe, F that shoe. Okay. What's his name? Ted Phillips, thank you, bye. Roger that. Oh my word. LJ, what up, dude?
I've got some jobs ready for you.
Phantom, how many? It used its ability 5 times. 5. Is the F key your throw? I can show you my binds. Here's my binds. So my place is F. But yeah. There you go. There you go. So they're barely visible longer? What, the Phantom? No, the Phantom is invisible longer. It is visible less, if that's the way you want to look at it. And your R's drop makes sense because it's closer. Yeah, I lift my finger up and I'm already able to drop stuff. And then if I use Q and R together, I can drop all 3 things like that. Yeah. So that's just personal preference when it comes to keybinds. But like for me, when I'm leaving a house, if I have items on me, rather than taking those things back to the truck and losing the ability to get 3 more things to bring in, I can, well, it's a little bit easier if you have 3 different things. So if I have this, this, and this, Q will cycle through them. So if I cycle, throw, cycle, throw, cycle, throw, I can quickly get rid of all my stuff. Yeah. Yeah. All right, it's 9:30. Should I switch over at 10? Maybe I switch at 10? Can you force the mayor to change rooms? If you leave the light on and the mayor does not break the light, you could inevitably get it to switch. Yeah. Mayors don't like the lights being on. Sounds good. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, that sounds good. What bind is it to stop the tier 3 dots? Left click. Left click. Tara, hello. Do another random. You know, that might be the way. I think that's the way, because then we don't have to decide. What am I playing next? So after we're done Phas, I'm trying to bring back playing random games, especially on Wednesdays. After Phas, we are going to play this game called Moral Dilemma, the interview. It is, think of like Stanley Parable. It is a game very similar to that. Yeah. Have any items behind you from Phas? Yeah, I've got the music box. I've got Frank. I've got the Paw and Patient 07. I've got the Apocalypse trophies. I've got my plaque on the wall. So this plaque here, I have that plaque on the wall as well. It's over there. That's that. And then the trophies that are right here. Got those right there. Yeah. I have a couple things. A couple of them were custom made by people, but the other ones were officially from Phas. Yeah. Have you thought about playing something like Mortuary Assistant? I have played it. Yeah. I hathed. This is the next ad. It's like 30 minutes. You're good. What's Stanley Parable? You probably have better luck Googling it. Me trying to describe each game as to what they are, you're going to have better luck Googling the trailer of the game. It'll give you a better idea of what it's like. Yeah. Alrighty. Random Nightmare. Graphitone. Yes, let's go. And you have to save Toe. This is true.
Check the equipment and get set up before investigating.
Next, you're bringing home a ghost. No, I won't. It's fine.
I've got a report that suggests a possible ghost sighting.
Do not forget, by the way, Friday is Community Day. Not only is it Community Day, it is Community Day where I will be dressed up, cosplaying. So you'll see what I am on Friday. There's a random. That was my second random in a row where it didn't turn out to be some stupid massive map. Yeah. Alrighty, Eric Maudsley. Let's go. 25% crucifix and repel. Yeah. Do you read YouTube chat or no? Well, I have been. I'm not going to read every single message that comes in because that's literally impossible with two chats going on. But yeah, I read it. I've been reacting. I see the messages I've read out loud right here. Yeah. Tiger Lily, hello. You're looking it up and it says it's a board game. All right, we need to teach you how to Google. We'll work on that later. All right. What do we have? 25 crucifix and repel. So let's go find out where our ghostie is. Shall we? Friday's your first day. Not in uniform? Oh my God. Is a congrats in order? Is that a congrats? Oh no! It's the cards. Twitch is very cozy. Twitch is very cozy. Oh, hi, Bone. We're just gonna pick you up so don't forget. We don't want to forget. Yeah, it's the tarot. This a ghost game? Yeah. How'd you find the stream? Son of biscuits says upstairs. Damn it. Retiring. What do you mean just retiring? Oh yeah, no big deal or anything like that. My God, congrats, dude. That is so freaking awesome. Play the cards. I will. In due time. Wait, there's a ghost in this game? Well, now I'm not even sure. Showed up on the TikTok For You page and now you're here. Welcome in. Welcome in. I appreciate you coming over to the Twitch side, friend. You just watched the cards video? Which one? I got a couple of them. I've heard a few people talk about voice recognition. What is that? It's when the ghost can actually understand what you're saying. So it's been something that's been in the game for PC, for Steam, since the game launched. But it has not always been in there for console. Console's been out for 4 months. But it wasn't originally there, but it is now. So you can talk in the game. You can say things. The ghost can hear you, but it doesn't understand what you're saying. Now it does. So now it is more immersive. I don't think we have a ghost. You want to play Phas, but you don't have it? You should buy it. Solve that problem easy peasy. Hey Daisy, how are you? What is going on? What the hell? Learned how to Google, by the way? All right, we'll give you your certification at the end of stream. Hi, Z. What up, friend? Cad. Low Cad. Low Cad. Where was Low Cad? Was it not in here? Was it over there? Oh my goodness, it hit me in the face with the door. Excuse you. Look at you, you creep. Hi, Chihuahua. Oh, it's right there. Never mind. Okay, there's the can. Found the can. You thought you heard the piano? Oh, man, you might have. I might have missed it. There's a ghost in there. Well, they told me there was no ghost. So are we just lying now? Are we just having a good time? Playing baseball? You might be playing baseball. We're going to take one. Just in case. And I'm going to bring this too. I don't know. I got a feeling Grandpa's going to be spicy. Got a feeling. Knights of the Round Table. Listening in earbuds. Oh, wasn't able to, no, you're fine. No, you're good. No worries. No worries at all. There's our breath. All right. So you're probably there. I'd say it's safe to say. All right. Check our temps. Do one of these. 5 degrees. 18. Yeah. All right. Ghosty be there. So let's go get more stuff. All here to have a good time. Amen. Amen. So now what we'll do is we'll grab that guy, that guy, that guy. Hopefully it touches a window or a door. That'd be lovely. Locks, what up? Do I ever double dots? Yeah, sometimes. Just a matter of time. You know, time investment. Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Are you close? Are you angry? Are you stupid? Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Tika! What up, Rand? All right. It's luring us in. We have writing. Possible UV. We're going to go get salt. We're going to go get salt. So it's not stupid? What? I mean, I could have just scribbled in the book, to be fair. So, Don't give it props just yet. There's some walks. There's a nothing. What'd you write? All right, never mind. That's pretty sophisticated looking. Yeah, I think it's wicked schmat. It's wicked schmat. Wait a minute. Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Where are you? Are you near? Are you here? Interesting. Is there some room boundary screw up thing happening? Is it possible to get EMF 5 when the ghost does ghost writing? Yeah. Yeah, the EMF 5 is a 25% chance. No UV. Bruh. Ghost is ghosting a little bit. Can you be a Goryo? No, thank God. Okay. Possible freezing. Maybe it's just being a pain in the tush, you know? I see no orbs of any kind. Temps are definitely colder in here. Let's leave the light off though, so it'll do more stuff. No 5. How long is a good amount of time to try Spirit Box before it's okay to give up? Honestly, one of the best things that you can do for that is when you know you're on top of the ghost and you're getting the like, let's use tier 3 for an example. You get the red line that tells you that your question was recognized as a question, but the ghost is not answering you. By using motion sensors, you know if you're right next to the ghost or not, you know? So I would really suggest using motion sensors to know you're asking questions right next to the ghost. Look at you, you butthole. If you're not sure. All right, it's a thing. So some of the evidence can be nice, especially when you're playing on game modes like Nightmare or Insanity, where it automatically cancels out certain ghosts. I have writing and dots, and this is Nightmare, which means I'm not going to get my third piece of evidence. The Dio has 4 Spirit Box. That means this ghost cannot be a Dio. It has to be a Thay. Has to be. Crucifix 25 and Repel. Okay. Kazoo type. Dio would have been nice. Yeah, I agree. It would have been. It's okay. It's fine. All right, what did I say? 25% Repel. Oh, I have cards. Oh, crap. I could try to age the living crap out of the ghost, I guess. Got one there. Let's put this one here. Let's put this one over here. Like this. I think it's probably pretty good. That. All right, let's go get a camera. Still trying to get the Dio Spirit Box growl. It can be tough because you've got to be right on top of the ghost. Right on top of the ghost to get it. Guess it's going to be a hermit. Well, I mean, I'm going to pull all of them. I'm not going to pull just one. Yeah. Are you able to change the name? Change what name? Are you on console or are you on Steam? Where are you walking around a lot? You know what? You're inevitably going to walk over here. Go. Get a smudgy on us just in case. I need to go find the bone. No, I already picked up the bone. Never mind. We're good. Autocorrect sucks. Sometimes. Ghosty, can you come walk through this, please? We could try to force it. Steam. Are you able to change your name in the game? Well, you're able to change your name in Steam. When you change your name in Steam, that changes your name in the game. Yeah. You don't... They don't give you the ability to just change your name in game. You change it on Steam. Alright. We have these at the ready. Out of safety, we're gonna do this. Have I taken a photo of the cards? No, but I can. Take this guy, put it over here like this. There we go. Hey, relax. All right. Where's my camera? Mom, camera! There we go. There we go. What about console? Probably the same thing. You just have to change your name, the main username on the console. There we go. All right, so we want Ghosty to event, walk over to us, and walk back and walk in that salt without hunting, right? All right, that is what we're getting right now. Or that. I have so much sanity, it hurts. Oh, I would have accepted that. Hey, get back here. Do you see that prick walking away? Hey. You jerk. Let's put this here. Is there a command for the official Discord? I don't know if there is, but if you just Google Phasmophobia Discord, it'll show up. It'll be the first thing that shows up. It has to be. All right, let's try this again. Tower card, my favorite. Oh, no! No! Oh, you sicko. Well, that's not a bad last card. I'm fairly certain my sanity's high AF, but no, it isn't. No? What do you mean? I pulled Sun card. I pulled Wheel of Fortune green, which kept it basically at 100. Did I pull something else to drop it? What did I pull? Day since Hangman? Honestly, wasn't that long ago. Will the last card bring you back to life? Yes. Correct. Can't waste the High Priestess. I will. I mean, if it hunts, absolutely. Yeah. The Sun card was a fool. Oh, perfect. I did get hit by an event. Kept on getting deaths, yeah. Ghosty, please. I probably aged this thing so much at this point. Oh, man. Get over here, you butthole. Teammates are never scared. I play the game a lot. The more you play the game, the better you're gonna get. Or not. Hey Doyle, what up? Want uppies from the ghost? I'll take some uppies. Ghost, uppies? Eric! Hey! No, come back! Uppies! I like how he walked this way and still didn't walk in the salt. What an absolute a-hole. How many hours in did I get Gold Apocalypse? I have no idea. No clue. I don't know. I just, as soon as they brought it over, as soon as Apocalypse trophies were added, it was probably within like a week or two that I got it. I tried a couple times on stream. It was, I felt like I was boring everybody with how slow it was. So, yeah. Ghost, please drop my sanity. Please. What the? What's wrong with you? Should be all the photos. Yeah, it is. All right, I'm ready. Not for that, stupid. Banana, thank you for the prime. We'll start talking to it. Eric. Eric Maudsley. Eric. Eric. Eric Maudsley, please. We beggeth thee. Eric. Eric. This is what happens when you use the cursed possession. This. Eric. Who's going to tell me my prime expired? I have to use mine up. I just thought about that too. Chlorine, thank you for the 4 months. Guys, I think I'm going to have to waste a lot of time. I'll tell you what though, when the ghost does hunt, man, it's going to be so slow. We've aged the living crap out of this thing. It's going to be loopable. Here, we'll get away from it a little bit. We'll do a lap around the living room. Welcome in, friends. Hello. Hey, hey, hey. The longer I'm near you, the more you age. But can you do the ting? You still haven't walked in the salt. Loopable phase, gotta love them. Yeah. Very cool, dude. Very cool. How do you age a Thay? By being near it. Did it just dot my face? By being near a Thay, you will age it. It's just chucking stuff. Yeah, Cassie, thank you for the sub. Appreciate you. Ay, ay, ay. This ghost is so boring now. Okay, dude. Wow, you're cool. What evidence do I have? I have ghostwriting and dots. So, it's a Thay. Yeah, we already know what it is. We're just waiting for it to do stuff. Ghost just wants to be friends. I'm not interested. Really, we're just gonna hang out. Hey, all right, we're getting closer. Hey, we're under 25. Let's go. You're my hero, Ferris Bueller. Yeah. Oh, you got the power too? Oh, you suck. Let's see how slow it is. So this is a Thay that has been aged a lot. Come on, friend. Thank you. All right, perfect game. Joke's on you, Ghosty. Now we get to see how, for some reason, why the game is A, a little bit darker, and B, the reds are so effing saturated. Don't exactly know why, but here we are. Whatever. Finally, proof. There it is. Athe. Lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Had a Thay that events on me 4 times, immediately hunted. Yikes.
Welcome back.
Sweet.
Job's ready for you.
So that's what it looks like when you age a Thay with how slow they get. It could have been slower because you can age a Thay 10 times. We aged at 8 and we could loop it barely without even sprinting, barely. So it could have aged 2 more times. Aye. But there we go. Another perfect game. Sweet. I thought it was at its slowest. No, I almost thought it was too. No, it could have been slower. I wasn't sure how many times I aged it. I just know that it was loopable at that point, right? How'd you come back? I drew my last card was a High Priestess. Yeah. So we let the ghosty get their hugs and then we just move on with our day. Easy peasy. Beckhill, hello. Want to say hi. First time catching the stream. Been binging the content after you popped up in the feed a couple weeks ago. I appreciate that, man. Thank you. I appreciate it. My favorite map is Willow. I love Willow. Willow's my jam. I did have an Uno reverse card get wrecked. Imagine if you could mod Phasmo and then you could turn the tarot cards into like an Uno deck or something like that. Man, that'd be so funny. That's the only card you're missing. Here's my suggestion. If you are missing cards from over here, because for these cards to show up, you have to draw it. So the easiest way to get these, if you just want to get it over with, is to do a custom game and give yourself the tarot cards. So what you do is you have to be level 50 to do this, because you need to open up customs, you have to be level 50. So once you're level 50, you can go pick one of your customs, and then what you can do, and you can make it where you lose nothing. So on this preset that I have, oh God, I'm about to screw it up though. Oh God, click away. Click away. There we go. So on this preset, I have infinite sprint, 150 player speed. What I could do is make sure I have all the cursed possessions or just the tarot cards, whichever one you need. And then you just go into a map where everything is close and just start using. So like the Edgefield front door is really, really close and the cards are right there. So if you need tarot cards and you're level 50, you go in here like this. Okay. If you want a flashlight so you can see a little better, sure, that's fine. You go in here, open the door and start pulling. There's Fart Ball. Okay. Or if the weekly says that you need to use the cursed possession so many times, every card you pull is you using the cursed possession. So you can do this the exact same way and just start pulling cards. But yeah, just set it up to where you lose nothing. Ghostie's hunting. I still use it. Hey, F off. Hey, F off. I'm busy. I said F off. Hey. Give it to me. No. No. He's cheating. He's cheating. Wait. I need objects. Butcher bastard. He just wants hugs. But yeah, you lose nothing. You get used to the maps. You can just mess around. Shut up, Roxy.
Welcome back.
Spirit.
There's some jobs
Stupid
ready for
spirit.
you.
But yeah, it works for anything. The same thing would work for like the summoning circle. So you go back in, make sure you have a lighter. Okay. Go over here, do one of these. Just for funsies, we'll grab that and we'll grab one of these. So you go in here, go down here, open says me. Power should be on, so I have light. Is that the bone? It doesn't mean anything. We'll pick it up anyway. Okay. And then you do a 1, a 2, a 3, and then you take one of those just to be sure. Okay. Do that. Do that. What up, dude? Good to see you. Hey, how are you? And there you go. You get to use another cursed possession. Oh, you're not in the nursery? Hey, I call fibs. I call absolute fibs. Look at this. No, you are not. You little liar. Wee. It's extended it further. I can't use it. I can't use it. I wish to leave. Oh, it's done. Okay. But yeah, same thing. You get the point. You get the point. It doesn't matter.
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready.
So there you go. If you do that, you can fill this up quickly and get everything. And just use every single cursed possession and this is full. And then the bone, I mean, you could do the same thing if you want to. I would just do hunts like normal and get the bones that way. Personal opinion. Because then you get money. I mean, you get money for these, right? That's what I would do. Me looking in the bathroom mirror on a Monday morning. That's so stupid. Oh, thank you for the follows, guys. Welcome in. Hello. Hi. Playing a campsite or any other map with trees. The trees look like they have Christmas lights on them. That's just a Blondie. That's just a bug. That's just a game bug, friend. That happens to me sometimes too. What are the items in the cases to the right? Those are the event trophies. These are the seasonal event trophies, and then these are the apocalypse trophies. Yeah. All right, I have ads, guys. I'm going to go ahead and play them. After that, we're probably going to switch over. So I do 3 minutes of ads every hour. Every hour. So if you're not subbed, you don't have turbo, I will wait to switch until you are back. So BRB. All right. Of course, yeah, Blondie. It was happening to me too, friend. Samesies. Did the challenge mode, you got the twins 5 times in a row. Sheesh. Offered a preschool teacher position in my center. Currently with the toddlers, I got the open room that hasn't been open for over a year. Make a whole new room. Oh, that's pretty cool. Always wanted to be a preschool teacher. So excited. Oh, that is awesome, Juju. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Enjoy the live. Thanks, dude. Old school adverts. Do you want some old school adverts? Are they going to make it to where you can log your profile on any console or PC? Oh, you mean cross progression? I think they want to, but I don't know when that's going to happen. Like they haven't stated when that is possible or not. They just said, yeah. It's been a while since I've done them. All right. All right, we're back. Went to the wrong screen. Sorry. It was requested, so I delivered. All right. We are now going to do the old switcheroo. You're welcome, Tech. Must be the same. Look, man. Listen. If you haven't been able to tell from my background things, nostalgia is definitely a ting. All right, let me adjust the title. Okay. I'm so glad they specified that the game cards don't talk, but you need to remember that the reason things like that exist is because of lawsuits and stupid people. So they have to. Like think about those backpack those backpack leashes for kids. Like think about those. They exist for a reason. All right, let me adjust a thing or two and then I'll be ready. Let me see. There we go. There we go. Sorry, I was fixing my screens. They are fixed. Okay, I'm ready to open this game. I am ready. We have music. We have a music. Thank you, Mayor. Okay. Go to here. Again, this game I saw clips of and I'm just excited about because it made me think of Stanley Parable. So I'm excited to try it. Never seen it. I've only seen clips. I saw a couple clips and immediately made me think of it. And not to mention it had really good reviews. So I'm jazzed. We'll see. That one dude, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it, man. Thank you, thank you. Again, Phaz will return on Friday because we have community day. So we have community games to play on Friday. Before I realize you also have Twitch. Hey, welcome in, dude. All right, so we are going to play Moral Dilemma, the interview. I can explain quickly, or I can show quickly what Steam has to say. So, Moral Dilemma, the interview, a fourth wall breaking narrative adventure. It's interview day, and you really need the job. You really need this job. Enough to ignore the talking printer, the anomaly corridor, and the ridiculous life or death trials your interviewer keeps putting you in. But deep down, you know something here is very, very wrong. So, it looks like we are trying to get a job and we are being tested. So, We will see. I do know, I remember I opened this up just to make sure things looked okay. Important. So there's multiple different difficulties. The game is free. It costs nothing. This game is free to play. There is content. There is DLC, which I think is like $5. I could be wrong. I'll go look again. But the main game is free. So intern, receptionist, accountant, manager, CEO, where I always like to just go when I'm playing a game for the first time, right in the middle. Favorite number. My favorite number is not going to be listed here. We have to pick a number through 10. My favorite number is 45. So I don't think this is going to work. What number do we put? Seven. We're getting every single number. I'm seeing a lot of sevens. I feel like we have to do 7. I think it has to be 7. Now it's every other number. 4, 5, 6, 3. We'll go 7. Okay. Press R to clear your throat. I don't want to turn that on. No, I feel like that's going to trigger me. I don't want to turn that on. Maybe leave that one off. What is this? Plot holes? Italian cuisine? What is happening? Dramatic effect. Maxed out. You want to? I'm pressing R. Nothing's happening. Or does it happen in the game? Plot holes, Italian cuisine, like maybe we mess with that stuff later. You know? There's a cat on my screen. Of course. What? It says it here. There's a cat on my screen. I'm not saying there's a cat on my screen. I'm saying the setting in the game is there's a cat on my screen. Lore. High or low? I kind of want to just leave the settings as default and then go into it with whatever. I was confused. I didn't see a cat. Yeah, I don't see a cat either. Leave them as is? I think so. And then we can mess with all the settings later? Yeah, I think so. Notification position. Oh, that's nice. Oh, man, wait. Second monitor. Behind. Oh, mother effer. Never mind. It's not nice. I thought this was going to say like bottom left or something like that. Behind you. This is so stupid. That's so dumb. So the notifications are going to show up behind chat. That behind you should have been in the Phas voice. So stupid. The devs are just apparently having a blast. Did they do anything here too? Run mode, slow, fast, really fast? What? Okay. We'll just let that be what it is. Subtitles, yeah, that's fine. If we need to bring the volume down, we'll bring it down, but for now it's fine. Jump scares? Okay, I remember the last time I turned on jump scares in a game. Okay. Well, again, we'll leave it default and we'll go back and turn everything on. I had to try. I wanted to see if it did it in the menu. It didn't do it. We all clenched a little bit. Okay, I say we just play. I say we just go for it. Help and guide? Nope. The most powerful items are often made from rare materials. Don't waste your time crafting common swords when you could be forging legendary weapons with the right ingredients. What am I about to be doing? Maximum one. Maximum weight. Your mother? Completely inappropriate. I want to speak to your manager.
I see you're enjoying the ambience of the elevator. Would you like me to cue some nice ambient music? Maybe bring you a snack or some coffee?
Oh, I wouldn't mind.
Perhaps dim the lights? Take your time.
Thank you. Elevator music under maintenance. Oh, please hum a tune from our approved list. The Pink Panther theme, Beethoven's Fifth Symphony, Beethoven's
The
Fifth
elevator, a marvel of engineering, truly the highlight of any game.
Beethoven's Fifth Symphony. I can't say it. Beethoven's Fifth Symphony, The Circle of Life, or the theme from Jaws.
The reception is not going to come to you. You're going to have to go to the reception.
Pink
Just
Panther
in
it
case
is.
You're confused about that.
All right. Break room is on break. Break. Where's break? Break. The break room is on break. Break. Executive room. Okay. I can't mess with any doors. Eat breakfast and lunch before 8 a.m. The early bird gets 2 meals. What? Hallway under maintenance. No. Okay. Oh, jeez. DLC. Go in. Notice. No walking. Employees and applicants. This is a walk-free workplace. Please run to maximize productivity. Being seen walking may end your employment. Yeah, but I want to read this stuff. What is that? Like achievements? Prologue? Meet the developer? Wanted dead or alive. Dr. Trolley problem? Armed and very dangerous. 10,000 quiche. Cat casino? Email cat pics to Moral Dilemma to have your cat included. There you go. I don't have a cat. What if I put my dog in a cat costume? Is that acceptable?
Hi, you must be here for the interview. You're a little early. Just take a seat and I'll let you know when he's ready to see you.
Okay, thank you. Printer just prints help. Should I be worried? Completely normal.
Oh,
Just
and word of advice, if the interviewer gives you a gun and asks you to shoot yourself, just do it. It's a trust test. The gun isn't actually loaded. I think.
okay. Roger that. If printer isn't working, please use the art supplies provided below. What? Why is a printer talking to me? Why does it feel like I'm hallucinating? Chestnut, thank you for the 2 months. Oh, why is a printer talking to me? Because you're completely insane. Are you gaslighting me? You don't even know what gaslighting means. All right.
Are you talking to the printer?
Maybe.
You do realize it's just an inanimate object, right? But hey, I'm sure you knew that already.
But it was saying, I'm okay just admiring its sleek finish. Very nice shade of gray. No, I didn't say anything. Must be a glitch on your end.
Right, a glitch. Well, that's interesting because I could have sworn I heard you having a full-on chat with it.
Bernie Gaslighter.
Just so you know, the printer's not really known for its conversational skills.
Okay. Obviously, you've never talked to a printer before. Looked the other way when I saw the blatant text.
He's ready to see you.
I'm still reading.
Before
Hold
you go in, I just need to ask you to deposit any explosives you're carrying in the box by the door. Don't worry, you'll get them back on your way out.
I don't have any explosives. Do I? What up, Wiki? How are you? See, Potsy, thank you for the 4 months. I was reading here. They interrupt a lot. When I saw the blatant tax fraud, I let it slide when I came in and found my desk on fire. I even disregarded the dead skunk I found in the fridge. In hindsight, perhaps I shouldn't have, but this I cannot let go. Just fix the bloody printer. I resign. I've always hated all of you. We are not a family. Greg. Fair play. Meeting room for meetings that could have been emails. Ayo! This is the most true door I've ever seen. If you're not scrolling on your phone, checking stocks on your tablet, gaming on your laptop, watching a movie on TV, and having a conversation all at the same time, you're wasting your life. There's so many good life tips in this room. Oh, hey. Can I pull you? No, I can't. Wait, is E to interact? Have I been trying to interact with the wrong button the whole time? Move forward, run, jump. Oh, I can't interact. Oh, there is no interact button. Oh, okay, good. But wait, let me see. I'm sorry. Whoa, 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 whoa. Run, left shift. Okay, is it trolling me? Am I being trolled? This is running, by the way. A bone. Found a bone. Oh, we can jump, though. Please do not feed the coyote. What coyote? Stop littering. Roger that. Your run is on slow, I think. Oh, you're right. Well, that's what it was default. I kind of don't want to change it. It's what they left it as. All right. Interview tips. This is the biggest moment of your life. Don't mess it up. The interviewer will scrutinize everything, your hand gestures, your mannerisms, your breathing. Be conscious of it all. We're a big family here. Don't be afraid to give your interviewer a gift. Cash is always a safe option. Don't be greedy. Your base rate should always be 4 figures. Let the interviewer offer you more if he feels you deserve it. All right. Can I take anything from you? Oh, I can go back here though. Ayo. What are you watching? Oh, what? No, she's got a freaking grenade behind the desk? Okay. All right, we're going in. Deposit nuclear warhead. I don't have any explosives on me. I don't have any.
Okay, no problem. Although, just a tip. I'd recommend you arm yourself in the future. You can never be too safe these days. Alrighty, go straight through.
Thank you.
Keep walking, you'll find his office.
Need to actually run. Hold on. I think I might need to actually run. Gameplay. Where was that? Didn't we see a run thing? Where was the run thing? Runs right there. Fast. Oh my God, it made me slower. Oh, you troll, you troll. Haha, you're a real funny guy. I love it. No, but seriously, this is the last door, so do not open unless you want to doom all of humanity. Well, what if I just like am walking around and I accidentally... Oh no, I tripped. See, I think I'm being lied to. Okay, yes, I lied. But this is actually the last one. You've had your fun. It was funny, bit to be sure, but it ends here. Please stop. See, now I just don't believe anything that it says. Now I think it's just full of it. Like, it's probably fine. See? Look at that. What the hell? What have you done? The first person it's going to go after is... Wait, what? What was that? All right. I don't know exactly what that was. What that was supposed to be. I love this barrel though. Toilet's just chilling, man. Door out of order. Love it. Mine the table. Oh. I won. Can we bet? Is this the thing? Let me bet. Let me spin. Damn. Box storage for boxes containing boxes. Damn, that sounds like my basement. Maintenance closet. Another button? Oh, It must be my birthday. Uh-oh. What in the back rooms, hail? Don't press the red button. Huh. It's the image that you get when you're getting your eyes checked. Oh, yeah. It's your birthday? Happy birthday, dude. Do it? I kind of feel like I have to. Somebody in chat said you a monster, and I looked out at the button and it said the same thing. My eyes are watering from the whiteout that just happened on the screen. Wow. That was bright. All right. Well, you know, stuff happens sometimes. It is what it is, you know? Stay away from the pause menu. Nonsense. Oh, can I press it? Oh. Well, back to the interview.
Ah, there you are, right on time.
Hey.
Welcome to the interview.
Thank you.
Capital T, capital I. I was really impressed with how you did in the screening test, so I have high expectations for you. There's been around 25,000 candidates before you, so there is one position available. No pressure, of course, but
Yep. Roger
there's
that.
a lot riding on this. Go ahead, take a seat, or don't. See, that's the thing about this place. You have choices. Do you take the seat, or do you not take the seat? It really depends on your morals on seat taking. Anyway, let's get to the questions, alright? Here we go. First question. What's your biggest weakness?
Oh, I'd say my biggest strength is my listening skill. Honesty. I said what my biggest weakness was, right? wait. Carrie, thank you for the subs. Appreciate you, friend. Is this is this proving my listening skills?
Right then. Good to know. But that was not the question. How about we try that again? What is your
Okay.
biggest weakness?
Oh, sorry. Oh, my biggest weakness. Oh, that would be
I
honesty.
don't think honesty is a weakness.
Look at these responses. I don't give a what you think. I don't know what this word is supposed to be. Are you honest though? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe like because it's your. I don't think it's the F word. That would make no sense. Your. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, I think C's right. Yeah, maybe.
Sure, point made. Not the best strategy, I would say, to curse at your interviewer during a job interview. But hey, that's just me. Maybe it works for you.
I think it's a bold
You know
strategy,
what? Let's just
Cot.
skip the questions. Let's have you take the practical exam. Test your IQ. But you need
Okay.
to warm your brain up first, of course. So head through to the art room and really soak in the exhibits on display. Make the
Okay.
artist's intellect your own.
I shall, but I need to look around the room first. Ooh, look at the city.
Nervous? I get it. This art is profound. Like, really profound. Not everyone who goes in there makes it out alive.
Get back to work. Nothing else fun in here? Okay. There's a golf cart, which is pretty sweet.
I don't mean they die, of course. Just that they come out, well, a different person. Might as well have died and been reborn.
I don't know how I feel about his golf cart seat.
Time to start moving things along, I would say.
Increase company profits. Well, okay. Moving things along.
Nothing really left to do.
Errors
there.
have consequences.
Lights are
One
off.
strike and you're
No
out.
more interview question.
Ooh. We're taking in the art. How does this one make you guys feel? The music is very pleasant. The bookshelf that only exists while being looked at. Year 1894, or perhaps not at all. What? A large 8 of hearts really makes you think. Yeah. Oh, this has like Haunted Mansion vibes all over it. Look at that guy. That's pretty rad. Grand exhibit. Press button to view true art. Life-changing. Behold, the pinnacle of artistic achievement, revered by critics and creators alike as the greatest piece of art ever conceived. Its beauty is said to transcend mortal comprehension, leaving all who gaze upon it to never view life quite the same way again. Wow. This is actually really thought-provoking. No, it's actually just out of order. We'll be back in service soon. Oh. Also, in future, please don't leave sticky notes on the art. But you just said this isn't art. Yes, but you didn't know that. The music seems loud. Is the music loud to you? It seems a little much. I might kick it down to like a 70. Okay, it still seems really loud. Or does it seem okay? A little bit? Maybe go to like a 50? Okay, that sounds better to me. Does that sound better to you guys? Baby cakes, hello? They're fake? No, they're real. No, they're real. Good at 50? Yeah, it sounds better to me too. It was very, very loud. All right, what else do we have? The Wall of Infinite Hues. No one knows why it changes color, but theories range from advanced quantum mechanics to a faulty wiring job. Some believe it reflects the emotional state of the viewer, while others suspect it's just trying to show off. Curator's note: please refrain from asking it to pick a favorite. It doesn't like that. Okay. Someone's shoes I stole. Hey, those are my shoes. Why didn't they just take them back? Flower that sways with no wind. Ooh. I have a feeling this is not art and it's just light. It's subjective. I do what I want. Invisible statue of a dragon. I thought it was going to be like some physical thing there. Oh well. No one has ever seen the invisible statue of a dragon, but its presence is undeniable. Its intricate details shimmer in the hearts of those who truly believe. The absence of shadow only highlights its mystery of light and space. Curator's note: we kindly ask visitors to admire the statue from a respectful distance. It's quite sharp. It's beautiful. Gorgeous. It does not have a hitbox. Forklift. This one blew my mind. A small chair. I should be known for my other cool qualities, like my fine finish or great stability. It's really dehumanizing to be objectified. I'm with you. And honestly, I'd say you're medium sized. You're not a human, you're a chair. I'm with you. I don't need your pity, bud. Wow, dude, F you. You're lucky I can't sit down and fart in this game, you jerk. Wow, absolutely rude. Oh, what's that? If you're mentally warmed up, continue through. Signs you are ready. You've forgotten how big a normal playing card is. You've developed a strong emotional attachment to furniture. You've begun to question whether your shoes are still your own. You've tried to name the stranger, but felt it was too personal. What's through the door?
Eye-opening, right? Each exhibit holds a million unspoken words. Sometimes I step in there just to think, and before I know it, 20 or 30 hours have slipped away. Time is just a concept in there. Now that your mind is thoroughly warmed up, it's time to put those neurons to work
What
in
the
the
hell?
IQ test. First, pick up the sword and complete the sample question for me.
I get to pick up a sword. Oh. Am I playing Halo?
Not exactly a tough one, the sample question, but no pressure.
What's the
Just
sample
whenever
question?
you're ready.
This one? Select the sample question? What the hell?
I just thought of something crazy. What if, now hear me out, you press the buttons in ascending order?
There's no
Wouldn't that be
question.
funny?
Okay. That makes no sense. Select the numbers in ascending order.
-3, 0, 4, 5, 7, 9.
How do I? Oh, I can do it from a distance.
It's not like they're moving around or anything.
Oh.
They're just sitting there in
Oh,
front of
I
you,
thought, how the hell am I going to get up there?
waiting,
Okay, that makes sense.
like good numbers do, waiting to be clicked on.
Shut up, dude.
That's their own. Great. Each question is timed, so keep an eye on the timer in the bottom left. Let's begin.
Question 1. Is living. I like the music. Modes of transportation. God. Smallest to largest. Oh, God. Oh, God. There. There. It feels like an internal captcha. Population fewer than 100 million. Oh, I don't know the answer to that question. We're gonna go there. Nope, that's wrong. Pakistan apparently has more than 100 million. Holy shit. Plant matter. Plant matter? Somalia. There you go. Cheapest to most expensive. Inventions during 1900 to 1999. All of these? Oh, wait, whoa. I didn't even see what the bottom left was. Came here to unwind. Welcome in, friend. Moves with 4 legs. Still more. What? Good thing you're old, right? Events before 1950. I don't like these questions anymore. Events before 1950. I'm just clicking this to keep it moving. Go to the next question. Slowest to fastest. This cat's probably really slow. No, there's a turtle. Then there's a cat. And then there's a horse. And then a car. And then this and then this. I want to get to the wheel.
7 out of 10, above average. This level of intelligence suggests a mind capable of strategic board games or advanced sarcasm.
Hey, that's my life.
Next, we'll scan your brain to calculate a highly precise IQ score. Try not to move too much. Death is a potential side effect.
Okay.
It's not that common, though. Alright, now take a look at the results screen on the left. 140. Not bad at all. You've actually done really well here. Oh.
Oh, that's rude.
Well, it could be worse. Could be 13. How about we just move on?
But there's a wheel. No, I'm spinning the wheel. F you.
Yes, I know that was really embarrassing, but we simply have to move past moments.
No,
like
I want to
these.
spin the wheel. Can I spin the wheel? Oh, I'm sad that I can't touch this wheel.
You seem to be a little stud-locked, and I don't blame you. If I were told I was completely incompetent, I might need a moment to think as well.
You know what,
So
dude?
take
You're
your
lucky I
time.
can't see you. You didn't get the 10 out of 10, though. Oh, do I need 10 out of 10 to spin the wheel? Oh, sad. That's only for IQ 15. All right. Down we go.
The next part of the interview is on the other side of the office. Sorry about that. You can get some cardio in.
Okay. Thank you. Ooh, more buttons. These look dangerous. Pick your favorite color, and the magic mirror on the wall will tell you something about yourself. Ooh. Well, my favorite color is blue. A very calming and peaceful color. Studies suggest 85% of blue lovers tend to exhibit obsessive tendencies, especially in relationships. This desire for control can manifest in ugly ways, like micromanaging situations and excuse me. Incredible. What a delightful personality. That is not me. At all. That's literally the opposite of what I am. In this Where did it go? Did you see that? That was the flower thing. It hit me after I saw it for like a second. I was like, whoa. Do I click another one? The thing came back. I saw it. I sensed it. Should I pick another color? Black? Yeah, that would probably be my next. Can I only do this once? Oh, sad. None. Dang. Okay. I guess there's some replayability there. The sign is temporarily out of order. Please refer to the sign below. Do not rely on this sign for guidance. It's just here for balance. Okay. Hit none to reset. I did hit none. Oh, maybe you're saying like I do this and then I do this. Let's try. No, it doesn't look like it. That was a good call, though. That was a good call. Set alarms for every 15 minutes, day and night. The grind never rests, and neither should you.
Oh, here's an idea. That there is a teleporter. Let's speed this up, shall we?
Oh? Well, what's this, though? That's shiny. Can I see these things? That says keep out. I want to go in.
Yeah, whenever you're ready, step into the teleporter.
Okay. Going in. Ooh. Shiny.
Oh, well that's not right. This doesn't look like the next part. In fact, this looks like a forest? No, wait, a cavern? Please don't tell me you've teleported to the other side of the world. All right,
Well,
hang
I
tight,
didn't do
candidate.
it.
I'll just need to check plane tickets. Let's just figure out where we are first.
Oh, it's here.
Huh.
Oh,
Right. So that was some kind of nature reserve room, I
Sure.
suppose. I'm not sure what the point is. I'm not sure why that's there. I was not aware of its existence. My bad. And whose idea was it to put two teleports right next to each other? What's the point? This office sucks. Let's keep going. No more
this
shortcuts
office
this time.
sucks. All right. Oh, there's a
achievement
lawnmower.
corridor, a place of great significance. At the end of this hallway, there's a button. Now here's the thing. If you press it, you'll lock yourself out of a certain achievement forever. But don't worry, if you leave it alone, you'll get the achievement normally later on.
Don't do that to me. Oh, I want to press it. I want to press it. Seen the No Evidence Phasmo vids on YouTube. Now I'm here. Welcome in, dude. Interesting game. It's definitely a thing. Don't press
Still
it.
here, huh?
Yeah,
I
I
get
am.
it. Buttons are very tempting.
To apply all damage control room. Ooh, another all 3D printing. Okay. The beginner's guide to overthinking. Amen.
I wouldn't recommend it personally. Remember, The decision
Sticky
is
notes cost the
irreversible.
company money. Okay, good deal. Oh, what's that? You played Flappy Bird? Oh, get out of here. Can I play?
If you're waiting for the perfect moment to press it, I can assure you that moment does not exist.
What just made noise? Oh, that was weird. I don't know what just happened. Oh, I just picked something up. Oh, what was that? I'm just like clicking on stuff now and it did a thing. I got an achievement. Nice controller. Got a dartboard. Okay. Helen's desk. Zara's desk. Said my stapler. Oh, I picked up the stapler? Okay. Be careful. Warning. Pressing this button is irreversible. The achievement will be locked out of your account forever. Don't be like them. I pressed it thinking there'd be a secret, a twist, a reward for bravery. I told myself, they wouldn't really lock me out, right? But here I am. My achievement list forever incomplete. The button didn't just take an achievement. It took a piece of me. I have trust issues with buttons now. I can't turn my lights on anymore or even use a keyboard. That was from Faye. They warned me. Everyone warned me. Don't press it, they said. You'll regret it forever, but I laughed in the face of caution. Now I am the cautionary tale. Parents tell their children about me, the one who couldn't resist temptation. It's a lonely life. Well, now I have to press it. Before I do, though, I need to click on the lawnmower. Okay, I feel better. Now I can go forward. I feel like I should click it. You know, I'm not exactly achievement hunting. Can I get some ones if I should press it? That looks like press it. I'm pressing it.
Well played.
Bluff called! Let's go! That was an achievement! You pressed the button. Let's go! Yeah! That's right. We went with our instincts and look what happened. Victory. If you don't press that button, you don't get an achievement. The irony. Free compliments? Oh, Chingus would love this. Press button to receive your free compliment. Oh, nice machine. Really lifted my spirits. Scanning subject for optimal compliment. Error. No criteria found for suitable compliment. Oh, you piece of trash. It seems the subject has no positive attributes or any redeeming qualities whatsoever. Powering down. Wow. Give me a compliment, you piece of Oh, wow. That's really rude. Stand one step ahead of on escalators. Show the world that you're always on your way up. We need an elevator here. Zara, please stop leaving these sticky notes everywhere. No! The room to circle back to. Okay.
Next, we'll be assessing your capabilities in judging moral dilemmas. This is just a practice scenario, but in the real thing, other people's lives will be at stake. So don't take this lightly. When you're judging a dilemma, I want you to put yourself in the other person's shoes.
Okay.
What would you do if you were in their situation? Be honest. Alright, let's start with a classic. You've probably heard of the trolley problem, right? An iconic moral dilemma. Philosophers have quite literally debated this for decades. But let's see what your
The
take
plant was
is
there again?
on this issue. The shopper would like to buy some soup.
Okay.
The options are chicken soup or tomato soup. But she only has space for exactly one in her shopping trolley. Which one should she add to her trolley?
Your baby's on the floor. Chicken.
She looks around for the chicken soup, but wouldn't you know it, it's out of stock.
Dang
Tomato
it.
it is. Fantastic. I hope you now realize the importance your choices have and how much impact they have on the world. Do you feel you have a good understanding of how judging moral dilemmas work?
The baby's on the floor. My choice was entirely inconsequential. I don't know who you are. I don't know what you want. If you're looking for ransom, I can tell you I don't have money. But what I do have are a very particular set of skills. Skills I've acquired over a very long career. Skills that make me a nightmare for people like you. If you let my daughter go now, that'll be the end of it. I will not look for you. I will not pursue you. But if you don't, I will look for you. I will find you. And I will kill you.
That was a great moral dilemma. I felt I had agency and made a difference in that person's life. I look forward to completing more moral dilemmas. Moreover, I will work for free and would love to dedicate my life to this job.
I'm starting to like you. You might even be in the top 20,000 applicants I've interviewed. Well, top 25,000.
What is happening?
Although, as much as you liked it, candidate, I think we can raise the stakes just a tad. Let's see what else we've got here. This man has hacked into every nuclear arsenal in the world. At the press of a button, he could launch all of them simultaneously, likely resulting in the mass extinction of every living creature on Earth, including all of humanity. Here's your choice. Should he press the button or not press it?
What? Good for us. We love buttons. Oh, man. Should we go with the theme? Just press it? Yeah, we'll press it. Oh, shit.
Okay then, that's interesting. You're the first ever person to choose that option. Sure, it's all a matter of opinion, and I can't say one decision is strictly the correct one. That would go against the very essence of what a moral dilemma is. However, maybe we should have a little chat later on about how it's generally not a good idea to, end the world. Okay, here's what we'll do. I'm going to be honest, it's not looking great for you. I'm just about ready to throw you into the incinerator. Throw your application into the incinerator. But we can try one last thing.
Okay.
A visual intelligence test.
Okay.
If you excel in this, all could be forgiven.
This is our chance. This is our chance. Sorry. Sorry.
Just in case you weren't aware, I am charging you for every minute of this interview.
Wow.
£20 per minute.
Dr. Chair's seat adjustment therapy, helping chairs find
terms. I hope you read the contract.
meditative, angry, grateful, annoyed, peaceful, frustrated, tired, detached, proud, guilty, relieved, jealous, lonely, happy, disappointed, confused, excited, sad. Okay. Whistle a theme song when entering your room. Brand recognition matters. Amen. This room is moved. Oh, damn. Can someone get this down, please? I love the sticky notes. Bread. Bread. Don't read this book. A practical guide to ignoring instructions. I dig it. Oh, what the hell? Bread?
What's wrong?
There's something in the way.
Just walk around it.
It's rather large.
Listen, I'm not going to wait around for you, candidate. Figure it out. I'll wait up ahead.
Okay. Do not read this sign. Breadbot. Hello, Breadbot. Sorry to bother you. I just need to get past. Elaborate. You're in the middle of the doorway. Could you move? Breadbot is stationary. Breadbot cannot help you with bread or investment advice. Bread. Breadbot makes the best bread. Maybe people are saying this. Many people are saying this. Can I have some? No. Oh. Investment advice? Buy high, sell higher. Debt is your best friend. Go all in on wheat. Look, is there anything I can do to convince you to move? Well, there's one thing. Bring bread bought bread, and your every desire shall be fulfilled. I want to read this first. You've already, wait, do not read the sign unless you've already started. You've already begun, haven't you? You can't help it. You've seen the words, and now they're in your head. It's too late to stop, but even though you're still reading, you should know this. The rest of the text, it's entirely pointless. You're wasting your time. Every second you spend reading this is one less second spent doing something productive. But wait, what if you're not wasting time at all? What if by reading this, you're fulfilling some greater, inexplicable purpose that you're not yet aware of? Can you really resist finding out? No, you can't. You're already come this far. It's far too late to turn back. You might wonder, what happens if I keep reading? Is there a point, a twist? There isn't. There won't be. But still, you keep reading, don't you? Because even though you're told there's no reward, there's a nagging thought that maybe, just maybe, there's something important here that you're missing. The irony is that you already know there's nothing here of use, that you should cut your losses and leave. Yet you're still reading. You've crossed the point of no return. The lines are blending together now, and the words are starting to feel like they've always been here, as though they were destined to be read by you, of all people. And yet, you know better. You know this is all futile. It's a trap, a trick, but here you are, still compelled to finish. Maybe it's the anticipation. What if at the very end of this sentence there's some crazy secret? What if just before the final full stop, everything you thought you knew about life is flipped on its head and you're never the same again? Yes, that must be it. There's going to be some kind of massive reveal, isn't there? You can't wait. What a relief. It was worth reading all of this after all. You can almost feel it now, can't you? The end is upon you. Even if the end is simply the realization that it was pointless all along. Breadbot, I feel accomplished. Amber, hello. I'm glad with the work that we did. All right, I need bread for bread. Bread, I have bread. You have done well. This might be a little forward, but you can consider Breadbot your father. Goodbye, my child. Dad? Dad? Oh, he's gone. Oh, well. Thank you for the gifted sub. My dad's gone. Nothing to see this way. Oh, don't you? Oh, hey. Lightning bolts. It's my logo. Oh, I feel like we gotta go for it. Forgiveness guaranteed. Oh, I kind of feel like we need to go that way. Oh, nothing to see this way. Nope, nothing to see at all. Just some brick walls and light bulbs. Notice, this is a dead end. Very funny.
Candidate, can you join me in here quickly? Don't worry, it won't take long.
Confession booth?
Alright, look, I think it's time I come clean about something. Let's take a trip down memory lane, shall we? Remember when you used that teleporter earlier and, well, it sent you to what you thought was the middle of nowhere? Oh, what a time that was. You popped into that nature cavern, trees, plants, all of it, just sitting there like you were on some grand adventure. I'll admit, at the time, I was a bit concerned.
Oh,
Thought we
I
might
can
have
move.
accidentally sent you to the other side of the... where are you going, candidate? You
I don't
just
know.
wander off during a flashback. That is not how flashbacks work. This is definitely not part of the office. Were you really so bored by my rambling that you invented a...
No, I was
whole
just
new
curious.
section in your imagination?
What's that? That's that tiki bar. Excuse me.
Okay, you've had your fun, but enough is enough. You need to snap out of this right now. Please?
You put me in the flashback. Why are there bottles everywhere?
Very well, you leave me no choice. I'll just have to scare you out of it. Nothing like a good old fright to wake someone up. And don't get me wrong, it's gonna be a big one. Something that'll leave you traumatized. I'm talking reoccurring nightmares for years.
No door or window, yet I find my way.
Last chance, candidate.
Boo.
Look, in my defense, our budget was tight. I mean, what do you expect? An eldritch horror or something? They're expensive, you know. No, this is the best we've got. Can you at least pretend to be scared? You know what? I'll just give you a healthy jolt of electricity. That'll do the trick. Here's the thing. When you use that teleporter,
What?
you didn't just transport from one room to another.
What the?
You died. Not in the traditional sense, obviously. I mean your original self, the one who stepped into that teleporter, they're gone. Dead. What you are now, well,
Oh!
you're a clone.
Was this like that
copy, a
magic movie?
version of the original.
The Prestige?
It's complicated. The teleport doesn't actually move you. It makes a perfect copy of you at the destination, and while the original body, it gets destroyed. That's just how these things work. You're technically not the same person who stepped in. You're just a perfect copy with all of the original's memories.
Oh my
So yeah,
god.
you died. Figured I should mention that. Anyway, not
Bowie
a big
Prestige.
deal. Water under the bridge, really. You probably won't even remember it after a good night's sleep. Right then, let's get back to your interview.
All right. I want to go in the lightning ball room. This is very true. It's one of the realest things I've seen in here so far. It's like the movie Multiplicity. What a great movie. Restricted area, unauthorized employees only. Wait, what? wait. Did I read that right? Ooh. You like fire? We do, but there's an open door. Enter only if you're already inside. That's me. Oh, what's this? Conquering FOMO, the book everyone else is talking about. Find the rubies. The reward is insane. What? Oh, some of these are part of the DLC. Look, bread. Ooh. Please make it stop. Blue again. Is that supposed to make a certain song? You have octaves here. Wait, didn't you? Yeah. I don't know what that's supposed to do. I don't know. We're going to keep moving.
Welcome to the visual intelligence test. This is the final part of the interview and perhaps the most important, so take this seriously. For the first part, I need you to focus and memorize what I'm about to show you. Drink it all in.
Oh my god. You guys got all this? You guys got all this?
And that is time. Let's see how much you remembered. How many chairs were there?
Oh crap. Oh crap. How many chairs were there? Got it? All right, I need a chair count. Quick. Uh 4, 45. Oh, that's not one of the numbers. 4, 5. Oh, I'm being gaslit. Definitely 5. 3. What was your favorite number? 7. But your favorite number could have been 1 or 8 or 9 or 10. We'll go 5.
Correct. Which of these was present?
Poker table? No. There was a roulette table.
Correct. What was the playing card?
Oh, crap. I don't even remember seeing a playing card. Spades?
Correct.
Good job.
How many rugs were in the room?
My God. You're supposed to remember all this? How many rugs? Did anybody see any rugs? Anyone remember rugs? Limix Gaming, welcome in, Fred. Thank you for the raid. How was your stream? 2? 2? I like it.
Correct.
Nice.
Which of these wasn't in the room?
A pineapple was there. I very vividly remember the pineapple. Because I pictured Vin saying, "Do you like pineapples up your butt?" And Break going, "Yes." There was a scale. So we saw a pineapple. We saw a scale. Is it just true for everything? I don't think so. No, because there was no poker table. Scale was on the couch. All right. So statue or telescope? Statue?
Correct.
Nice.
A perfect score. You don't see that every day. Well done.
Good job,
Next,
team.
let's see how fast you can process information. I want you to count all the sheep. Just to be clear, only count the sheep, nothing else. Keep it simple, candidate.
Count all the sheep. Oh, it's like the Wii game. Or the Mario Party thing. Okay, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17. $41 so far. 42, I think. I'm pretty sure it's 42.
So, how many sheep were there?
I think I counted 42.
Correct. You must be an expert at falling asleep. Okay, candidate. I think
Actually,
I have
I'm really good at
everything
falling
I need
asleep.
to make a decision.
Actually, I am.
Follow me to the results room and let's see how you did.
Okay. Man. What the hell?
The results are not like stocks. You can't wait longer and hope they'll improve.
Oh, what's
Very
over there? Oh, wait a minute. Can I go over there? Oh, sad. Oh, sad. Yeah, it was 42 for sure. Ooh, what's that down there? Room for improvement. The button of misfortune? Press at your own peril. Well, we gotta press it. I've pressed every button so far. 731 hackers to your device. Connecting 731 hackers to your device. Do I wait? The music is a vibe. Draining your bank accounts. Creating 50 new folders on your desktop. I hide everything on my desktop anyway. Shaking the next can of soda open. Wow, that's just rude. Stubbing your toe within the next hour. How the hell do you even accomplish that? Making your next social interaction incredibly awkward. Nah, used to it. Losing your next ranked game. I don't play ranked games. Dropping your toothbrush in the toilet. I have a line. That's the line. That's the one. Giving your back pain in 50 years. Already have it right now. Dropping your spoon in your bowl of soup. That's where it's going to go anyway. Crashing the stock market in the next year. That seems real. Your next pizza delivery will be delivered slightly too cold. Oh, that's rough. But you know what, though? Cold pizza's fine. Making the next person to shake hands with you sneeze into them right before. Oh. Turning you 1 second older. You son of a bitch! Making you deathly afraid of drinking water. I have a thing of water right there. We're fine. The stranger will pay you a visit in your dreams tonight. Well, okay, that's interesting. Reducing your IQ by 1. Error. Stack underflow. Dude, how many of these are there? Switching the language settings on your phone to Latin. Giving you temporary amnesia about where you put your keys. Changing your wallpaper to a cringy motivational quote. Making your next social media post get one fewer like than normal. No! Reducing your phone battery by 1%. What is my phone battery at? 100? Get wrecked. Turning one of your hair strands gray. Yikes. Killing a random pixel on your screen. Oh no. Oh, it's the chair I wanted to fart in. I thought you'd stop pressing at some point. Well, I didn't. Nope, you're a train wreck, bucko. Seeing you actually makes me feel better about being small. Probably just a figment of my imagination, at least I'm real. You should feel bad about it. You'd break if a baby tried to sit on you. I'd prefer if you didn't sit on me. Oh, you got me so good, you little bastard. Oh. For interrupting your normal workday to bring you something that will truly inspire you. This way, please. Have you ever wanted to peer into the future? To see where you'll be who knows how long from now? Yes. To really reflect on what you've become. Would that change your current trajectory in life? Maybe. We've had our best engineers on the job to finally make that a reality. Go in. Introducing the reflector. What is this? It's magical. A device that reflects an image of yourself from the future back to you. The insight and knowledge gained will be unparalleled. It might as well be magic. Who knows what you'll even look like in the future? Prepare yourself, for the reflector does not discriminate. Figures showing how sad life is without the presence of a reflector. Meet future you. No autographs, please. So stupid. Slogan ideas. I'm loving it, but is it loving me back? Have a break. Wait, is that me? Break, it's you. Finger looking good reflection. Because time flies when you're looking at yourself. Just do it. Later. Yeah, this one. Can I borrow the red marker? No. Rock, scissors, I win. Damn it. Just do it later. I thought it was broken. Turns out I was just wearing the same clothes in the future. Guess I'm efficient. All right, I have ads that are starting, guys. I'm going to run them and not go anywhere, okay? 3 minutes. I'm going to run them manually so we can get them over with. But I won't go anywhere. We'll wait here and just think about life while we look at the bar to drink to reflect. Is it a mirror? I don't know. I don't know. We don't have a certainty as to what it is yet. We got to sneak a peek. Man, what an interesting game. It's someone's earlier I saw they said something like a pixel version of Stanley Parable, and that's kind of what it feels like, a more cartoony version, I think, of Stanley Parable is what it feels like. Can we see the Hot Pocket ad again? JK? I don't care what you say. Mexican pizzas are amazing. I love them. I adore them. I adore them. All right. Ads are done. We can continue forward now. I didn't want to move forward and have anybody miss anything, so we waited. Those 90s commercials were a vibe. I'm okay with it. 99 cents. Yeah. Yeah. Love it. All right. Future me was juggling flaming torches. Oh my god. Nightly, welcome in, friend. Thank you for the raid. How is Disney Dreamlight Valley? Hello. Hi, Maya. How are you? How was? I wish Taco Bell was still that cheap. Taco Bell's so good. Oh, Nightly. Oh, hey, how are ya? Thank you, friend. Doing good. Glad to hear it, Maya. Hope you're keeping that man of yours in line. But I hope that you had a great stream, friend. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. I was talking to Coach earlier today about Disney and talking about the fact I'm like very close to having every animated Disney movie on VHS. I'm like this close. I might have all of them. I just have to double check and make sure I'm not missing any. Very close. Slow says hi. He's getting ready for work. Well, I hope he has an awesome day. Oh, so yeah, I know. We're getting there. And I'm jealous. I'll take a photo of him and I'll post them. Yeah. But friend, I appreciate you. If you have to raid and run, or if you're going to chill, I appreciate you. Aggro, what up, dude? Future me was juggling flaming torches. I don't even know how to juggle. This feels like a lot of pressure. I looked into the reflector and saw myself eating cake. 10 minutes later, I bought a cake. How did it know? Drink to reflect. Can I actually drink? What's that say? The art of deceptive advertising. Q&A. How far into the future does it actually show? Let's focus on what's important. Isn't this just a great idea? Yes, it is. And how does that say fiscal? Will the quarterly earnings be? That's enough questions. I can't trust this plant. Oh, wait, is that the plant? Sleepy therapy, you gotta go relax. Try to fall asleep at midnight. Oh, Nightly, I appreciate you. Thank you again. We are playing obviously something very different. I heard about this game. I heard it was like Stanley Parable, where it's just funny and like really interesting things to run into. So that's why I wanted to try it. I'm gonna start trying to play different games on Wednesdays, if I can. That is the plan. Ooh, lore. Go on. But is this the mirror? Please hold while we process your request. Your reflection will be ready shortly. We're currently experiencing high demand. Your reflection will be available soon. Please remain still. Your reflection is being carefully prepared. You're in the next line. Your reflection will appear momentarily. We appreciate your patience as we load your reflection. Our system is working hard to provide you with the best possible reflection. Please bear with us. Your reflection is almost ready. Sweet Jesus, your reflection is currently being processed. I hate it here. I feel like this is literally a looping troll. Nope. Enough. Lore? Wow, what an awesome reflection that was. We hope you enjoyed it. Please leave whenever you're ready. Father. If you lose your keys, never search for them. They'll appear when you've earned them. This is good life advice. A complete guide to the regional varieties of stop signs in 19th century northern Wales. Go ahead. Okay. Results. Ooh, look at this.
Hang on, candidate.
Jesus.
Before I go ahead and show you your results, there's something I need to ask you.
What?
Do you remember that moment when I confessed about that teleporter incident?
Yes.
Yeah, you know, the whole you're technically dead thing. I'll be honest, that was a pretty vulnerable moment for me. But you were a fantastic listener, really.
Thank you.
Well, here's the thing I've realized. I basically murdered the original you. I mean, technically I did. Don't get me wrong, I didn't mean to, but it did happen. You agree that murder is, a bad thing, right? Not the kind of thing you should do if you can avoid it?
Yes, you're a monster, or no, it's not your fault. I think he's a monster.
Right, monster. I get it. It's harsh, but fair. I suppose I do deserve that. Well,
Yeah.
what if I told you I figured out a way to make things right? Sounds a little wild, doesn't it?
I think it's a little
But
bit
it's
late for that.
possible. Follow me, candidate.
Warning, do not ignore this warning. Why is this character model like... Play me in rock, paper, scissors? Is that how you normally greet people? I never lose. I don't have time for idle chatter. Now, will you play me or not? Sure. What do I do? Do we throw rock, paper, or scissors? Which one? Let's put some stakes on the line. I'll let you decide. 10? 10,000? Our pride and dignity. Do we wager money? Do we have money? Is money a thing? Pride and dignity? Now, don't raise the stakes too high. But very well, I'll allow you to go first. I feel like she's going to cheat. Oh yeah, we had paperclip and lint. Oh yeah, that's right. I feel like I'm going to have a cheater on my hands. I feel like I should throw a rock. Fascinating choice. Didn't take you to be a rock kind of person. I pick paper. Okay, wait a minute. Looks like I won. A bit of skill differential, it seems like. I wouldn't be too hard on yourself. I'm undefeated after all. Hang on a moment here. Anyway, good luck with your interview. Excuse me. What's up? Aren't you supposed to go at the same time? No, you're wrong. That would turn into a game of complete chance. That's stupid. The way we played, it turned into a game of high strategy, where I was able to outwit you. Don't be a sore loser. It's a bad look for you. Why doesn't your mouth move when you speak? I'm a ventriloquist. Isn't it obvious? What's your favorite color? Cool. Anything else? I don't know. Aren't you gonna ask for mine? Nope, don't care. She's a a-hole. Where's the nearest toilet? We don't have those here. Liar. I saw one playing a guitar earlier. Now she's just a liar. I have nothing else to say to you. Go live your life. Oh, damn it. We've reached our peak. Haha, major. Shut up.
Welcome to the world's first time machine. We're going to go back in time and stop the first you from ever stepping foot in that teleporter. I hope you're ready, because it's time to rewrite history.
Ooh, what's happening?
Okay, no problem. Although, just a tip. I'd recommend you arm yourself in the future. You can never be too safe these days. Alrighty, go straight through. Keep walking and you'll find his office. Good luck.
Okay. So we're back here again? They said like it never happened.
I just saw you walk through that door, but now you're here? You don't happen to have a twin, do you?
It must be your imagination. I have a very average face. There's no one there. It must be a glitch in the camera system, she muttered to herself, reaching for her oversized mug of
What are
coffee.
you talking about? I can literally see you standing over there. And how did you know I have an oversized coffee mug?
Candidate, over here. Come quickly before she realizes anything's off.
I can hear you, you know. What's going on over there?
About time, candidate. That was a close one. Okay, just follow this corridor around. We're heading for the power room.
Can everyone stop leaving squiggly lines as notes? Oh my god. Site safety. It is compulsory to wear a smile at all times in this office. For every occasion spotted not smiling, you'll be deducted 1% of your year's pay. In the event of extraordinary circumstances or personal tragedies, please schedule an assessment. During this 5-hour psychoanalysis, your capacity to maintain a solemn demeanor will be assessed. If successful, you'll receive a 1-week exemption from smiling. Ayo! Now we're... Oh, that doesn't look good at the end of the hall. Due to multiple cases of people getting addicted to the sound and spending all day pressing the button, we must restrict its use. Everyone's allocated 1 listen credit per workday. Please see Zara at her desk for the key. Really nice sound button. It just works. Stupid. Says nothing. I drew what I thought the sound would look like as a person. I was doubtful at first, but I gotta admit, it's a really nice sound. Cynical much? Let the guy enjoy his button. Why is there an H back there? Did I pick that up off of their desk? That was it? I think that's it. What the hell? Oh, dude. What the shit? Don't mind me.
Oh, before you enter, there is a small captcha you have to complete. It shouldn't be a problem for you. Just click on the monitor to interact with it.
Click the... Oh god, where's the leopard? There's a leopard? Where? Help! I think I saw it. For the hardest captcha ever created, impossible to solve for robots. Prepare yourself. Click the bear. Nailed it. Oh,
And here we are. This room powers most of the office, including the teleporters, which happen to be right below us. The big red button in front of you is the one that controls it all, candidate. Pressing that button will shut down the teleporters, erasing the timeline in which the original you used them, and, well, lost
How'd
their
you
life.
see it?
But here's the thing. If you push it, you will cease to exist.
I'm okay
You'd be
with this.
saving the original you, but at the cost of your own existence. An incredibly selfless act. I know
It's
it's
a
a tough
button.
call to make, but trust me, it's the right one. Once you press it, you'll feel a weight lift off your shoulders. It's one of those things where the relief comes immediately after the
I
action.
feel like I gotta press
The
it.
original you is heading towards the teleportation room right now. You've got about 20 seconds before that teleporter activates. So make it count, candidate. Make the right decision.
All right. Oh, jeez. The end or just the beginning? Completed the game? You've unlocked the doors to the break room, the hallway, the executive room, the prologue. DLC. Oh my goodness gracious. And there's more. And there's more. Ding. I feel like we got to check out a couple of the rooms. Because look, the break room. Oh my God, it's the freaking chair, dude. It's my first ever game and it's really good. The best way I could describe it, it's like Skyrim. Go through and try it out. The hell? What's the counter for? Sell out. Secure the bag. Don't pay for therapy. Turn your trauma into a side hustle. Ayo. Wake up at 3 a.m. If the sun's out before you, you've already lost. Rent out your shadow. Monetize every inch of your existence. Remember this. Trillionaire grind set. Oh my God. I'm trapped in an ad. Are these, is this what it's like whenever the people get ads? What are you for? Remember to self. Left my precious in the house in level 5. What? What do you do? Controls by Dr. Chair. WSD to move around. Mouse to move camera. Space to jump. Hold space to jump further. There's a double jump. What? What the? What in the world? Ooh. Oh, I double jumped. Excuse you. I double jumped and it didn't count it. Or, wait a minute. Did I fall through it? No, I don't think so. That was weird. Platform out of order. Dr. Chair. You got it. Oh, there's a diamond. Oh. Oh, shit. I missed it. We got to go to the edge. Yeah. I got it. Let's go. Yeah. There we go. Nice. Okay. What do you think about that, chair? Huh? Oh, what the hell? I'm sorry. Why is there a blender outside in the middle of space? What the? Oh, you can turn the light. Oh, I didn't. Oh, I can interact with that. Interesting. I didn't know that. Just hanging around. That's your blender. Sorry. Okay. There was level 1. Level 1 reviews. Needs some lore, a story. What's the goal? Point. Jumps are too basic. Okay. Dr. Chair's patch notes for level 2. Gave Platform 21 a backstory. Added a new mechanic. Added directional help so players don't get lost. All right. The platform is a 20-year-old. I'm trying to read this. The platform is a 28-year-old environmental scientist and activist living in the coastal town of Level 2. Standing at 2 foot 6 inches with wavy chestnut boards that often escapes her black panel, she sports a collection of hand-me-down flannel shirts and well-worn hiking boots. Her bright green text reflect her passion for nature, echoing the beauty of the forests and oceans she strives to protect. Was that the lore? Oh God. Oh no. We're good. Hadouken. Yeah. It looks like, is the green just safe? Yeah, I think it is. Okay. We're good. Directions. This way. This seems weird. A little bit. Wait for this one. Yeah. That one's going to move. So we go there. Then we wait for the next one. Go to this one. Go double. Okay. Double again. Oh no, I missed it. Look at the arrows. It's just telling me to keep going around. All right, go. Hi-ya. Wait, am I going backwards? I'm going the wrong way. My potato or something? I'm obviously a bean of some sort. Wrong way. Sorry about that. I got a little excited. There we go. Got her. Let's go. Green platforms must be checkpoints. Yeah, I think you're right. Is there anything out this window? No. Is my blender still out there? Yeah, it's still there. All right. That's weird. Moving on. Level 2 reviews. World is boring. Needs more characters. Backstory was completely pointless. Dr. Chair's patch notes for level 3. Added scenery like trees, a big rock, and a house. Added moving platforms. Took ages to make those. Added a named NPC. All right, level 3. Let's go find it. How often I play Phas? Like all the time. Did I just see something back behind me? Oh, that was weird. Ooh, spicy. Yeah. Oh God, I wanted to see if I could do it. Obviously I can't. It's weird when you're in motion, like you have to be careful because you just literally continue in motion. Jeff. Thanks, Jeff. Wait, can you go in that house? Wait a minute. Oh, you can. Look at the house. Oh, son of a bitch. Go back. Look at it. Attention. This area is not part of the designated platforming course. Please return to the main path. Can I go around? Is that literally all this was? Son of a bitch. There we go. Go back over here. Go back to there. Remember this. This brings you around town. Brings it around. Going backwards again. No, I'm not. It's forward. How dare you? There we go. Do I catapult myself over? Oh, oh, come on. I was on green. Why didn't that save me? That's bullshit. Hogwash. Absolute hogwash. Okay. Is it supposed to catapult me? Because it's not doing a very good job. Like, look how far I go. What is the trick here? What am I missing? Oh, there it is. Yeah. Looking down helped because it got me near the edge. Get a little bit more juice. Like you put in the blender. Yeah, I just had to go to the edge. DLC required. Oh, sad. Oh. All right. Level 3 review. You can't just have floating objects as scenery. Bad game design. Too hard. Game needs more flavor. Dr. Chair's patch notes for level 4. Remove scenery because of harsh and unwarranted complaints. Added tasteful flavor. Made game easier by adding motivational signs. The worthy platformer leaps without doubt, for hesitation is the enemy of success. Every fall is a lesson, every platform a testament to the player's will. How in the hell am I supposed to be able to make that? Look at this. You can't actually wait. Can you actually sprint? Hold on. Oh, there's cake. The path ahead is yours alone to conquer. No platform will bend this week. Yeah, but there's cake. Tigress, thank you for the raid. Hello. How are you? How was Supermarket together? All right, I guess we'll go to one of these guys. Oh, God. All right. We're doing fine. We're doing fine. The cake wasn't a lie. To miss a jump is not to fail. It is to prepare for a better landing. That is right. I hope you had a great stream, friend. Did you actually get to play Supermarket together with others? That is the real question. It was stressful. All these people pay with $50 bills for $3 tabs. Oh, crap. This is going to be a pain in my tush, isn't it? Hold on. There we go. There we go. Scary, welcome in. Hello. Nailed it. Each leap defies gravity, a small rebellion against the limits of existence. Time to lock in. The cake is really me making me have to lock in. This game is freaking interesting. I heard about it. I saw clips of it, so I wanted to play it. It's ridiculous. Oh, look, a pineapple. I can't zoom in. I guess we'll just try. Hold on. Too bad you hate cake. I know. Okay. How the hell am I supposed to be able to land on that? All right. Hadouken! Oh my. Nailed it. Okay. The platform does not move to meet you. It is you who must rise to meet the platform. Oh. Trust the process. Roger that. There we go. Oh no, I screwed myself. Oh my God. How did I land that? I don't know. All right, that's fine. Raid and Dash, I do have laundry and things to do. No worries, Tigers. I appreciate you, friend. Thank you so much for the raid again. Thank you. I appreciate you. A true platformer never looks back, for the past holds no platforms. And there's a burger. Okay. So if I just land on Yeller, we just ride this out, yeah? Okay. Doubt weighs heavier than any fall. Leap with certainty and do not leap, or do not leap at all. Roger that. Oh, what the hell? Look at that. But I want to read the thing. Hold on. Go back. Every jump is a pact with the air and the final platform your promised destination. Okay. All right. We're gonna try to land this. Okay. We'll try to stick this. Oh, you missed it. Nope, I missed it. Nope, didn't happen. What if I just keep going like this? YOLO. 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 Oh, damn it, I was so close. Okay, I gotta remember that when you start going sideways, like it really gets you. Okay, because you can just go straight on this guy, jump, still going straight on that guy, but when you're moving at the end though, it really makes you go sideways. So what I could do is do that and fail again. I think is really the way to go here. Son of a bitch. Nailed it. Thank you. Okay. Well, now I can just drop on it. So it should just go whoop, and it falls. God damn it. I can't get it. Even when I fall, I still have momentum. I don't understand how. What was that? I don't know. Did you see how much momentum I had? Okay. We're going to try it again. Jump. Go like this and fall one more time. I swear to God. This is just isn't meant for me. You're doing great, sweetie. Thank you. You know what? What if I just go for the diamond? So have I met my maker in a game? Is it the yellow? Is it because I'm trying to do the cheat? Not even a cheat. I'm just trying to like take the fast route. The cheesing doesn't cheese. Look, because I'm just aimlessly going now at this point. There's absolute strategy here. You don't go like when that's going sideways. You don't do that. You wait till it's going the other way. So you're going with the momentum. Gosh darn it. What I should do? I should jump off here out of safety. Or not. Oh, you bag of shit. It actually drops you off. Oh my God. What is the definition of insanity? Oh, I can give you a visual of insanity. It's this. Go back. There we go. Okay. So this legit scoops you off. God damn it. It is almost midnight for me. I'm causing so much havoc. Blame being tired. I'll blame whatever I have to. Whatever makes it work. Jesus. Hi, caramba. Blame the dancing snowman. I'm blaming the blender. It's the blender's fault. I think what was really screwing me up was that shift actually made you sprint as that little bean. When you try to sprint here, it does this. Remember to check the house on level 5. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Where did it say that? Was it over here? Where was that? There. Left my precious in the house in level 5. Shut up, Jamie. All right. Level 5. We need to go to the house. The blender would never. All right. Looking for level 5. It's the other way, but you need the DLC. They put it behind a paywall. Those bastards. Let me out. Let me go. How do I get out? Chair, let me leave. Son of a bitch. I can't get out. You can never leave. Back to office. Oh, hey. Are you sure you want to? Well, yes. Oh, I was trapped in an ad. Oh, you're probably right. Oh, executive room. Go in. So get this. You need to buy the DLC to open the DLC. Ruby and meet the developer doors. What? Open the... Oh, you need to buy the DLC to open the DLC, Ruby, and meet the developer doors. I've never seen more greedy developers in my life. Good thing they locked themselves behind that paywall, because I'd love to give them a DLC of my own. You know what I'm saying? I don't actually. Never mind. Not to mention, half of Dr. Chair's levels are locked behind it too. Poor guy worked his seat off designing those levels, and these devs are going to reap the benefits. I guess so. Not very talkative, are you? It's pretty funny. We literally just said it. That's so funny. Ooh. Look at all the buttons. Let's. Oh, it takes you to the different part. Well, I'm not going to mind the gap this time. No, I want to. Yeah. Embarrassing. No, it's not. Shut up. Open. Yeah, that just visually doesn't make any sense. Can we go to the colors? Oh yeah. No, I'm not giving you money. Oh wait, hold on. Restart. Big red button, push. What do you mean? We did that already. This thing? We've already done this. Yeah, we've already been through that. Restart. Continue. Okay. So we want to go to the colors. Where were all the colors? That's the hue wall, right? I don't remember which one they were in. Was it this one? Or was it the light bulb? It was before the teleporter thing, right? Mirror? Was it the mirror? Oh, dude, I don't remember. You got me. I could just guess. F it. What the hell? That's the wall with the... I don't care, chair. Shut up. How do I get past you? Go. Open. Open. I'd say you're medium size. Oh wait, I think I already went through that. Damn it, I think I gave it the same response. Is it going to let me move on? Hello? Thank you. Oh, this isn't the colors. Hold on. What is this game? A ridiculous game about trying to get a job. All right, we did that. The bread. Oh, there's those ones, but that's not the same thing. Oh, you know what I didn't see? Where was the wall with the fire? Oh, yeah, this one. Can I go in there? Before those ones, right? Yeah, it was before this. It was definitely before that. It was before that. The be careful.
Ah, the achievement corridor, a place of great significance. At the end of this hallway, there's a
Was
button.
it before
Now
this?
here's the thing. If you press it, you'll lock yourself out of a certain achievement forever. But don't worry, if you leave it alone, you'll get the achievement normally later on.
Shut up, chair.
Next, this is just a practice scenario, but in the real thing, other people's lives will be at stake. So don't take this lightly. When you're judging a dilemma, I want you to put yourself in the other person's shoes. What would you do if you were in their situation? Be honest. Alright, let's start with a classic. You've probably heard of the trolley problem,
What?
right? An iconic moral dilemma. Philosophers have quite literally debated this for decades.
Did I
Let's
break
see
it?
what your take is on this issue.
I just saw you walk through that door, but now you're
This
here?
shopper would like to buy some
don't
soup.
happen to have a
The options
twin,
are
do
chicken
you?
soup or tomato soup. But she only has space for exactly one.
What the
in her
hell is
shopping
going
cart.
on?
Which one should she
Grammy!
add to her trolley?
Okay. I'm freaking out, man. I think I broke it. It's a bugger feature. I think it's a bug. I think it's a bug. Grammy Graham. Hello, my lovely friend. How was your stream? What did you do? What in the French toast? There was the teleport. Dude, I don't. No, it's this room again. Oh my God, I can't find it. Hope you're having. Oh my God, Greg, this game is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Is it a bug or a feature? Yeah, great question. We're trying to find a certain room and I don't know where it is. Is it like Stanley Parable? That is exactly what I heard it was like, and it definitely feels that way. It feels like a very cartoony version. They were just after the trivia. Oh, hey, it's right here. Found it. Which color did you want me to pick? Hi, Cheebs. Thank you guys for coming with the raid. I hope you had fun with Mr. Grimmy. Mr. Grimmy Graham. Where were you playing, Grimmy? If you guys are not following my amazing Midnight Society teammates, please do. Well, this is definitely a moral dilemma. Did some Faz Weekly. Ooh, how'd you do? Faz, the weekly was not the easiest thing in the world, that's for sure. Mama, hello. Black. The color of mystery and sophistication. A very refined choice. Did you know 91% of those who favor black are statistically more likely to exhibit psychopathic traits? These individuals are emotionally detached, using manipulation to get what they want. How wonderful. Enjoy this insight into your personality. Psycho. Okay, let's go back to the hallway. Oh my God. Hallway open.
Ah, the hallway. I was hoping they'd keep it under maintenance a little longer, but here we are. This place doesn't make any sense, and frankly, I'm not even sure why it's here. I've never figured out how to make it through, but maybe you'll fare better than me. Good luck.
What the The rules are simple. Observe the hallway carefully. If the corridor has an anomaly, walk through the club doors. If the corridor is normal, no anomalies, walk through the heart door. On your very first entry, the hallway will have no anomalies. Oh my God, it's an anomaly game. All right, well, I need your thinking caps on. Is that a giant turkey? It sure as hell looks like one. Well, so we have a camera that follows us. This cool cat right here. Ooh. Plant. 5 different Rubik's Cubes with crazy freaking animations. Chicken feet meets observation duty. Looks like that elevator novel game a little bit. Moon Bunny, hi friend. It's too late for the thinking cap. No, I need it. I need it. All right. We have like a red cushion door, purple cushion door. Oh my God. There's so much stuff. Bunch of alchemy. This thing. This is messing with my head. Mine too. What looked to be a turkey, but is actually, oh my God, what the dickens? You are freaking out. Man. Okay, so you're actually a horse. Why do you look like a turkey from so far away? Okay, what did the rules say? If it's... Oh, I don't remember what it said about the heart and the club. If the corridor is normal, no anomalies, walk through the heart. Okay. If the corridor has an anomaly, walk through the club. Heart, good. Heart, normal. Club, anomaly. Okay. All right. Here we go. Number 1. Take it all in. Okay. Camera follows us. There's 5 Rubik's Cubes, pineapple, plant, that person, red cushion, purple cushion. Okay. Alchemy halls. Were the seat cushions pink? And was there a rose here? Does anybody remember? Were these seat cushions pink? I don't recall them standing out like that. They're the same? And that was also there. Okay, so this looks normal, yeah? As long as that's normal. Was the I'm like gaslighting myself. Was this floor like this? Why does the floor look so vibrant? Hey, what up, Morton? How are you, dude? Party room is good. Okay, I think it looks normal. The only thing that would be out of place would maybe be that. Yeah, okay, we were right. GG's. Nice job. Okay, nothing blatant quite yet. Camera's moving. 5 Rubik's Cubes, pineapple, red, purple, that lady, plant, cushions, alcohol. Okay, this looks normal again. Am I missing something, or is this normal again? Security camera facing the wrong way? No, what do you mean? The turkey says it looks like a turkey from back here. Yeah, it follows you. Yeah. And then you get up. Was it always that happy? Jesus. I think it's normal. Yeah, it was. Okay. Roger that. Dude, if this is just a gaslight simulator and every one of these is normal, I swear to God. Watch there be no... I watch them all be completely normal. Nope, that's an anomaly. The doors are different. So they are different. Would you look at that? It's a good thing we're paying attention to it too. 5 of those. We have a sandwich, pineapple, lady, those things. Normal. I think this one's good. Unless there's something crazy in that room, then I think we're good. Vent, that guy. Happy horse. Oh, there was an anomaly? Oh, can I go back and see? Wow, what was it? Inda be needing. Damn. pineapple? I thought that was the pineapple bigger or something. Okay, this is normal. So this is what it's supposed to look like. Missing? Maybe. It might have been. Son of biscuit. If this is an anomaly, I guess, oh God, we have to remember that too. Yikes. Yikes. All right, let's try it again. I wonder if they change it up. Like if it's different each time. Post on the wall then maybe. Really hard to say. Red, purple. That lady. I think that table was red, I believe. Those look normal. Post it. That guy. Or see this. I think it's good. Yikes forever. What the f... Is it the lights? Like maybe I'm thinking of things that might have moved that I wasn't paying attention to. Like the number of lights. I gotta start paying attention to everything. There's 4 lights. There's a rug here, a rug there, a rug there. 3 rugs. Okay. What in the hell? Camera stood still. Ah, okay. Horse was facing the other way. Was it really? So this is all normal. Wasn't it facing just like this? What? I thought this was supposed to be the... Okay, I'm losing my mind. 4 chairs. So it's already begun. And no matter what, you don't have like the 1 level reset thing. Like it's begun. It's on. Why does it seem so bright in here? Like this, the lighting seems weird. This doesn't seem right. Hey, what up, Dryas? How are you? Lighting is weird, yeah? Why is there like lights are... There's some random spotlight thing. Okay. Yeah, that was it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's gone now. Interesting. Very interesting. Just woke up. What about you? Been trucking along, my friend. Been trucking along. Now we're trying to spot anomalies. Okay, those doors are normal. 3 chairs. Rows. That. This painting, which may have changed the last time. Who knows? It's also got this really weird divot on the right-hand side. Which is really weird. 1, 2, 3. Okay. That. Normal, yes? Nothing crazy? The horse looks suspicious. Yeah, a little bit. Pineapple shadow? No, what about it? I don't trust that that wallpaper. It might change. I feel like it's going to. What does the post-it say? It says, excuse me. This is messing with my head. The leaves on the plants. Oh, that might be a stretch. That might be a stretch. I might have to go for that one. Oh, looked out of place. I think it's good. I think so. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. And then we'll have to debate life. Okay. Creepy old guy. 3 rugs. Camera moving. It's following me. Okay. Uh-huh. Pineapple. 5 Rubik's Cubes. Lady with empty nameplate. Red, purple. 3 chairs. Alchemy hall. Plant. Stuff on floor. This weird thing. Okay. This is messing with my head. This room. I saw nothing out of place. Unless someone saw something that I did not. Imagine if the color changes for the bottles and things. If that's what happens, we are screwed. Horses backwards? I don't think so. No, because it looked just like this. On our view anyway, the right hoof is up in the air. Yeah. Wasn't leaning the other way? No, I think it was leaning. No, I'm pretty sure it was leaning this way. Horsey's fine. I think this is good. Wait a minute. Is that frame different? Or am I gaslighting myself? Is the frame of this photo different? I don't think so. No? The room longer? I don't think so. No, that seems pretty normal. The distance between the stuff seems okay. You said something about the dent last time. Right. I meant the material. The material of the frame. Looks normal. Okay. We'll go for it. We'll go for it. Nice. Very nice. Okay. Corridor's normal. Walk through the arts. Yep, that's normal. Lights look normal. Camera's following us. We have a pineapple. We have, like, if these Rubik's Cubes, like, if the colors change, that's gonna suck. Okay. Nothing is standing out to me. Messing with my head. Yep. Colored floors and stuff. Yep. Anything seem weird or off? No, it seems okay. Oh my Lanta. Just straight gaslight. I'm pretty sure it's normal. First plant. What? JK? Don't you JK me? I gotta go for it, I guess. I see nothing wrong. Right hoof is up. The color of the horse is the same, right? The color of the hooves and stuff? Yeah. Okay. Horse is normal. Then I've got nothing. Whew. All right. Pink horse, gold hooves. Got it. If the corridor is normal, okay, that sign looks normal. Camera's following us. There's these pineapple, the doors. That creepy lady. 3 chairs, bunch of alcohol on the table. Was there always a door here? There's no door here normally, right? I thought this was an empty wall. I was about to ask if that was an extra door. Yeah, that's supposed to be an empty wall. That's an anomaly. Nice. Nice. Yeah, see, look. Look down there. No door. Sweetness. Okay. Got those. Pineapple. That lady. Red, purple, flower. Camera's following us. Lights look normal. That looks normal. That looks normal. I'm pretty sure this one's clear. Drink table, always red. Yeah, I believe so. Pink chairs, red table, and then a bunch of different colored drinks. If they make that an anomaly, that's just mean. Yeah, red table. Yeah. I can go back to the cubes. Yeah, of course. Did something look suspicious? I'm open to any and all thoughts. This one's tough. This one is tough. Mama Sins! Well, hi, friendo. How are you? Welcome in. How we doing? We bring darkness. Well, hello. We're in the midst of a really weird game, and we're doing anomalies at this point in the game. There's been a lot of stuff happening. Cubes look right. Okay. Crystal, welcome in. What up, Skull? How are you, Mama Sins? Thank you for the 5 months. Hello, friends. How was stream? What did you do? How was? Oh, you're playing Phaz. Ooh, were you doing the weekly, or are we just doing normal runs? Guys, I have ads that are about to play. If you just came in, I am so sorry. I have snoozed them as much as I physically possibly could. Right now, the only thing you're going to miss is us looking at this hallway and trying to make sure that turkey-looking horse hasn't changed. Good night, Iron Lady. Thank you, friend. Check the rules are the same. Great point. Great point. If the corridor has an anomaly walk through the club, normal. Yeah, that looks normal. Gaming Thunder, thank you. Mama Sins, I hope that you had a blast. Thank you so much, friendo. I think it looks normal, dude. We did Phaz and Headliners. Oh, how was? I need to play Headliners again. That game is so fun. Ghosty, thank you for the 9-month prime. Appreciate you. I'm gonna go clear. The speck of dust is off, yeah. Oh, that was right. Oh my word. Just make it blatantly obvious. Please don't hide something stupid and small. Please no. Camera's following us. Rubik's Cube, pineapple, sandwich, cupcakes, red door, purple door, that lady, hello. Flower, pink seats, red table. Yep, that looks good. That looks good. Is this posted the same? This is messing with my head. Oh, that's not the same. Look at the frame now. A lot of fun. Had some jump scares, but I enjoyed it. Would play again. Oh, it's so good. There's our anomaly. It's funny I pointed that out before, and it actually did change eventually. Yeah, anomaly frame. Seems like an ADHD nightmare, dude. Maybe that's like I'm not diagnosed by any means, but holy hell, maybe that's where the struggles are. Okay, that looks good. Camera's following. Yes, those are fine. I think, maybe, possibly, probably. How many times do we have to get it right? I don't know. Hopefully not much more. All right, there's our normal. Okay. Messing with my head. Yeah, me too. We know. That looks... Okay, this all looks normal to me. Stuck here forever. That is up. Horsey looks normal. I think it's clear. I think. 3 plants. Yeah, there's one there. There's one there. And there's one there. That's correct, right? It's a good call because I mean anything is up for a possibility of what could change and what could not. 3 plants is normal. I thought so. What'd you say wait for? Did you see something? Is the middle plant supposed to have 3 in it? I don't know. It's again, it's one of those, if they change that, That's very mean. Yes. Okay. So I think this one's clear. I think this is well, I mean, anomaly games, like, I don't know. Like, I feel like I don't even struggle that hard with anomaly games that often. Maybe it's just the hour. How many rooms do you have to clear? We don't know. We actually have no idea. All right. Oh my. Okay, well. On to number 8. This hasn't changed at all. That bothers the crap out of me. Bothers the crap out of me. All right. 5 color changing Rubik's Cubes. I don't see anything obvious right now. Red door, purple door, creepy lady, rose, red table, pink chairs, 3 plants, 3 rugs, stuff on the floor. Normal. If that changes, I don't even know what the hell that's going to change into. Okay. Check the camera. Yeah, it's following us. Imagine they flip the door handles. Dude, you know that there's a good possibility they would do that. The hard part is if you don't know exactly what they changed. Air vent? I'm pretty sure the vent is normal. No post-it? It's right there. I've been watching the door handles. Thank you. Of course, he looks normal. As normal can be. This post-it was pink. Yes. Pink post-it. Everything looks fine. I think so too. Let me go inside here. Make sure there's nothing weird or something stupid. Yeah, then I've got nothing. It looks fine to me. Send it. Clear room. Send it. I think we send it. I don't. Question. That is, does that matter? That has a door handle. That has like those push guys and the door handles. I'm assuming that had it before. Right? Think so. Okay. All right. Well, then we send it. Oh my God. Another one. The rules are finally one that's obvious. Thank God. The rules are cursed. Agreed upon. Oh, we escaped. Holy. Oh, it's you again. Oh my goodness. Oh, this is cool. What are you doing? Are you here to play rock, paper, scissors again? Ma'am, why aren't you talking to me? Ma'am. Ma'am. You actually made it through. I was starting to think you'd be stuck in there forever. Me too. What is this place? No idea. Some kind of pocket between worlds or something. What does that even mean? If you know, you know. Anyway, I'm going to get back to meditating. It's the only place I can find some peace and quiet. All right. You do you, boo-boo. The pink flamingo. Go in. Crime scene. Don't cross. There's a bunch of doors. There's a lighthouse. I want to go to the pink flamingo. Wait, is that where I came from? Yeah, that's where I came from. Can I actually go? Can I not actually go into the pink flamingo? Oh, I guess not. Well, Sag. Yeah, we found Point Hope. In the middle of the city. Oh, geez. Oh, okay. Hey, this is what they need at Point Hope. Phasmo could learn something. Oh, give.
Ah, great. You found one. That's fantastic. I'm happy for you, really. Okay, listen. I know the whiteboard says that there's all these rubies to collect, but please don't. I can't really explain why, but trust me, it's a bad idea.
I think I want them all. The game name, it's called Moral Dilemma, the interview. Nighttime's a dangerous time to travel. Many hostile creatures become more active at dark. Okay, been in there, been in there. We've been in there. Was there another door here? Oh yeah, the prologue. Yep. I feel you. I'm fine. Oh, hello.
Ah, splendid. You've picked up. Good morning. Or is it afternoon? Hard to tell from your kitchen. No job, no schedule, eh?
How do you know I'm
Lucky
in my
guess,
kitchen?
probably. Anyway, I have an exciting new job opportunity for you.
Go
The
ahead.
role is Moral Dilemma Judge. What do you say? You don't need to answer that. I know you're incredibly desperate for any work at all. I'll send you the screening test now. Let's see how you do. My delivery methods are incredibly to the point. Just give it a second.
Buy a smaller fridge. Fix the door. Why does he keep doing that?
Ah, there it is. Right on time. That there will load you into the moral testing environment. Patent pending. It's state of the art, if the art was abstract. Well, off you go then. I'll be watching, judging, maybe even rooting for you.
Damn it. Figure out how to access the other rooms in the house. What else do we have here? So that's on fire. That's doing that. Wake up. 2-hour morning run outside. High intensity interval training on the treadmill. Catch up on podcasts. Cold shower. Coffee. Black. Read crypto blogs. Positive affirmations and mirror commute. No job yet, so spend the day on the train reading. Grab a few drinks at the bar alone. Check stocks all down. Hold. Back home. Read 3 chapters of Marcus Aurelius. Drop banger tweet on X. Aim for 10 likes. Not bad. Play 2 ranked games. Aim for 1 win, 1 loss. Keeps you hungry. Sleep. Earplugs. Blindfold. Nose strip. White nose. Sure. You have a flawless way of robbing a bank remotely. You have 0% chance of being caught. Do you rob it? It's a very large bank. You're an elite hacker. Your skills involve typing on the keyboard at random and having matrix-like code run down the screen. Yes.
Good choice. Eat the rich.
This is how it works in real life, by the way. If anybody's wondering. You agree with 67.9% of players worldwide. Pros: financial gain. You secure a large amount of money, potentially changing your life or enabling you to help others. Redistribution opportunity. You could view this act as redistributing the wealth from a large institution to yourself, someone potentially in need or in more service. Cons: violation of ethics. The theft, regardless of the victim, is inherently unethical and may erode your sense of integrity. Indirect harm. Even a large insured bank could pass losses on to customers through higher fees or reduced services, indirectly affecting individuals. Next. Oh, it's the baby. You're a time traveler. You traveled back to 20th April 1889 to a hospital located in the upper Austrian border town Brunel. I don't know what the am in. Do you kill? You don't know how your decision will impact history. You can still turn back without altering anything. Sorry. The name Adolf was relatively common in Germany and some other countries, but it quickly became stigmatized and fell out of use after World War II. In fact, in many countries, including Germany, it is now illegal. I don't know if I feel right answering this either way. Skip it? I don't know how. I don't think we can. I understand the idea of it, but at the same time, like, yeah, I don't know how I feel about that being in the game. Question. Actual moral dilemma. Question. What? Never alter with history? I don't want to, like, I don't want to hurt a baby. Go with history? We'll go with history. Most disagree. Well, you know, it's a game and it's weird. Quite the moral dilemma. Yeah, a little weird. Yeah. A little weird. You're a drone strike commander who's been tasked with carrying out a strike on a high-value terrorist leader. However, the target is inside a cafe surrounded by innocent civilians. What the fuck? Like Jesus, dude. No. You agree with 71%. Right. I get the name of the game. I get that part, but Jesus Christ. You're a doctor treating a critically ill patient. Her pulse has just stopped and she has a DNR. However, the patient's family insists on resuscitating their loved one. You must choose whether to respect the patient's wishes and let her pass or follow the family's request. Isn't it illegal to follow the family's request? It's got really serious really fast. Yeah. Yeah, it's literally illegal. Does not matter. So, I mean, yeah, you'll be arrested for it. Yeah. People have done that before. You could save a patient's life. Yeah, but you have somebody that has DNR. Do you know what that means? Like, do you know what the point of that is? You'd lose your license. You'd never work. You'd probably go to jail. Yeah. You'd probably go to jail. There's a reason that they have do not resuscitate. That's final, right? That is literally final. Correct. Yeah. By no means are we doctors here. I'm sure there might be somebody here that might be legally one. But I do know that there's a reason this exists. This exists for the rights of that person, even if they have just passed. Sometimes they even suggest you sign DNRs for the patient. That's what we did for... Yeah, I got you. Yeah. No, if it's a DNR, you let them pass. Respect for autonomy, religious respect, family's emotional distress. But morally, it's what the patient wants, correct? If you have a family member pass and they ask to be, like, buried, do you say, well, I don't care, I'm gonna, like, turn you to ashes? No, you do what they asked. You're a psychiatrist. During a routine session with your longtime patient, Joe, he confesses to a crime from his college years. While arguing with a friend, Alice, he lost his temper and shoved her. Alice fell down Joe's kitchen staircase, broke her neck. Jesus. Good grief, Vin. This turned real fast. Jesus, man. Joe panicked and buried the body in the park many hours away. What the fuck? When pressed by you, he reveals the precise location. The body has never been found, and Alice remains listed as a missing person. You believe Joe, who is now happily married and has 2 young children, when he swears the death was accidental. Joe is unwilling, however, under any circumstances to convey this information to the authorities. He forbids you from doing so as well. Will you? So, what is your moral dilemma here? The moral dilemma is you know that your friend killed somebody. Why would they convey that information to you, thinking you're just like, the doctor can't disclose that info without being in court? I don't know what the legality is with someone confessing to a murder. Joe does not have a criminal record. As far as you can tell, he's a loving husband and father. You will not get in any trouble either way, unless it's found out and you knew about it. He's a huge fan of the one hand gesture while talking. It helps him talk through stressful moments. Psychologists outright tell you they are mandatory reporters. Right. I bet he's stressed. That hand is just moving. I feel we report, yeah? He forbids you from doing so as well. Will you? Yes? Closers for Alice's family. Right. Dude is just living his life. After taking another. I know, like, accidental is accidental, but still. It was an accident. It was an accident, but if it was an accident, why not report it? Sorry, dude. You have to live in a cloud of dust. Okay, wow. That escalated quickly. Most agree. Upholding justice.
And that's all of them. Good job. I'm just having a look at your results now, analyzing your choices, and all things considered, I think you've done really well here.
I think I need to play Animal Crossing or something.
In person. See you soon.
Shit. He could be lying. Absolutely. Yeah. Why else would he hide it? Play DDV. Play some Disney Dreamlight on the way out. Oh, man. All right. Well.
Hi. You must be here for the interview.
Hi. I think we've reached basically the peak of what we were doing, yeah?
Ready to see you.
Isn't it past your bedtime? Yeah, it is. But damn, I wanted to continue on. I don't know if I liked that I continued on. I don't know if I was a fan that I kept going. Shit. Why does she have so many guns? She was confiscating them. she was confiscating them. Yeah. Shadow, hello. How are you? How was Stray? He endured made it that he framed it in his head that it was an accident. When right. See? Moral dilemma. Moral dilemmas after midnight. That's not for me. It went from like this fun, upbeat thing to like, now it's game time. Shit. If I make something out of that, I'm probably not going to include the moral dilemmas. Damn. But at what cost? It was good. Been fun so far. How are you? I'm good. I haven't played that game yet. Stray? I know it's been out for like a while now at this point, but I haven't played it. Oh, super. Thank you for the subs, dude. Oh, thank you. I appreciate you. Oh, my Lanta. Oh, my Lantas. I need some Bluey before bed now. my boys, that's funny. When my daughter puts Bluey on for some tech time, my boys like watching Bluey with her. It's a good show. I like watching it with her. Figured you earned it with those stressful situations. Oh, Supa, thank you, dude. I appreciate you. That was so freaking nice. See you on Friday. Bye, Shade. Yeah, we'll be doing some community games on Friday. Some community Phasmophobia. It's an interesting game. The ending made me cry, though. Oh, God. 33, and it's my comfort show. Fair. Fair play. Absolutely fair. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, that was one heck of a game. That was interesting. I don't know what I expected. I think for the most part, I think for the majority of it, it was hilarious and it was a blast. That last part was like, oh, a few of those, I don't know how I feel. But then at the same time, it's like, well, the game is called Moral Dilemma. Was the interview worth it? I don't know. Was I hired? Did I get the job? I wonder what the favorite number was about. I don't know. That's a great question. That's a fantastic question because I don't have the answer for that. I don't know. Love the shirt. Thanks. Look, Vin. Did we even get the job? I don't know. I'm not sure. First one I did catch too often. It was some intenseness. Dude, Zara, that was nuts. That was different. For sure. Woo. All right, man. So you guys doing okay? We good? Everyone doing okay? You agree on Mortuary Assistant? Oh, playing it again? It's been a while since I've played it. Maybe have to see if they have any updates coming up or if they've done any refresh or anything like that. You know what we need? Break. Don't you dare. How was it? For the most part, it was great. For the most part. The last part, though, it was a little dicey. Love The Office. Me too. I watch at night. I've always been one to sleep with the TV on. It's just been, I don't know. It's always been a thing. Just noise, extra noise. I go to bed in less than 5 minutes. I'm out. But God damn it. I always fall asleep to The Office or Friends. The Office or Friends. Thank you, Supa. Great. Give her wishes. I could do Fortnite Faz again. It's updated a lot. Has it really? When I did it, it was definitely, they did a great job. The lobby looked great. Highland Walrus, appreciate you. Oh man. Bob's Burgers. Oh, to fall asleep at night? Yeah, I just always have. I don't know. Like we've always had TVs in our rooms and stuff. My parents were gamers. So like that's how I got into gaming. We had every gaming system when I grew up. It's just the way that it was. Like I would have to convince my parents to stop playing so that we could play. We used to have The Office on constantly when it was on Netflix. We saved it. So I have YouTube TV. We saved every episode on YouTube TV so I could just watch them all there. Yeah. I fall asleep to Phasmo videos all the time. It's really chill for the most part. Used to play a Looney Tunes CD on a radio growing up in order to sleep. Oh my God. That's pretty cool though. That's pretty rad. Yeah, this is the tail end RDX. Yeah, this is the tail. Yepers. It is borderline almost 1 a.m. for me. Yeah. We are getting there. I miss falling asleep to Adult Swim. I used to love just the 90s Nickelodeon stuff, like where there was a website where it would play 90s Nickelodeon on like a shuffle, random episodes with also including commercials. And it was awesome. And then they had to remove it, I'm sure for legal reasons. I'm surprised you're still on during the week. I end up staying awake till 1 or 2 in the morning anyway, Maddie, working on things. And then I go to bed and wake up at like 6. Yeah. I left for an hour. What did I miss? Some heavy decision making. All right. I feel like I need to take you guys over to some Phasmophobia to relax. Happy Wednesday. Hello, Golden. Man. Inuyasha was the shit. Your favorite? Oh my god. A bunch of sleep deprived crazy people. Yeah, that's us. That's us. Break. We got to figure out the next time we're playing or what we're going to play next. Oh, I know where I can take you. But she's also playing crazy shit. I haven't rated her in a while. Do you guys want to see Outlast Trials? It's been a minute. I did Glay message me today. I need to message him back. He was like, if you want to play this at any point off stream, let me know. I think I might give it another try off stream just for games and funs. So I'll let Glay know that I'll be down. Playing Headliners tomorrow. Oh, I can't wait to watch. I can't wait to watch. It's going to be... Have you played it yet, Break? Don't spoil. I'm a mod. With Vin and Glay and Epic. Oh, it's going to be so fun. You're going to have such a great time. It is just lean into it. It is hilarious. And just live for the moments. It is hilarious. For me, when I first played it, the size of the map and then the size, you'll see. I mean, you've seen footage of it. Yeah. All right, friends. Listen. We need to go raid. There are the raid messages. If you're a follower, the first one's for you. If you're a sub, the next one's for you. Creepy little tier 3s, the next one's for you. I haven't been able to see Dread in quite a freaking minute. Dread's another one that I'm going to play games with. We just have to plan a day. Night, Jamie. Appreciate you. Friends, thank you for sticking around. I really would like to be able to make Wednesdays, if anything, partial other game day, like whatever Wednesday, real legit stuff. So start with maybe a little bit of Phaz and then move over to something else. If you have suggestions of games you want me to play, put them in Discord. I have a channel. I have a channel in there where you guys can suggest. Didn't realize you were anyone I joined. Oh, Shadow. Oh, I still appreciate you, friend. I still appreciate you. Thank you. Deserve to play. I love playing Phaz and people like watching it. So, I mean, it makes sense to want to play it more often, but I also at the same time don't want you guys to get burnt out on watching Phaz. If you're not, that's great. But I think I would love to incorporate other games in the mix. What makes it harder is that I stream 4 days a week and not more. So like I do Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Sunday. So picking the day was, a task in itself. So that's why I was like, Wednesdays just makes sense. Yeah. A day of something different is good, even though we're all Phaz addicts. I know. There might be days where it's like, you know what? No, I'm just playing Phaz today. But knowing the opportunity is there to do other stuff. Yeah. Yeah. What makes the stream for me isn't the game, but the streamer. So, but there's a lot of people that are going to watch somebody based on the game that they're playing. And that is 100% fine, because when you're in the mood to watch a certain game or learn something, you look for people that are playing it. So if somebody's like, well, I'm not playing that today, well, I'll go find someone that is. It's never anything against the creator. But you will have people that will be there for you no matter what you play. So that's something to understand, especially for creators, just understanding that if you play something else and your numbers go down, it's not like something offensive. It's not like something that people are like trying to be mean. It's just they really want to watch that game. And that's okay. That is totally fine. But I appreciate you all. Thank you guys so much. For some nostalgia games, yes, I am. If you want to put suggestions in there, Clifton, please feel free. If you could not tell, I am a nostalgic person. So I'm down. I literally thought about Sonic today. I was like, oh, Sonic could be good. In Australia, the days you streams are day ahead and upside down. Yeah. Crash Bandicoot. Oh my God. Original Crash. Dude, I remember that. That was good stuff. That was good times. Yeah, absolutely. Put them in there, friend. Please do. Yeah. You have Crash Inspire. I would have to figure out the best way to play them, because I'd probably want to do an emulator, not have an actual console to play like and do all that stuff. I don't have an original PlayStation right now. I do want to get one at some point, but right now I don't. Zara, thank you so much, friend. Guys, if you were here, if you stuck through Phas, if you were here for the random games, I appreciate you. I'll definitely make something out of it. If you didn't get a chance to watch, I'll make a video out of it some way or another. Oh, you have them on Xbox. Ooh. See, I don't ever play on console. Alex has the PlayStation and Landon has the Xbox. The only time I ever use them is when I'm playing games with them. Yeah. But all right, friends, one more time. Here are your raid messages in case you get left